Natural Resources for the state of Indiana. I'm convening the nominating committee for the IURC nominations. Today we are conducting interviews for the spot of commissioner. We have 11 interviews. We've had one applicant pull out and decide not to compete here, so we'll have 11 interviews. We'll get started with our first interviewee, but before that, I'd like to give a chance for each of the committee members to introduce themselves. We have one committee member who will be joining virtually today. That is Darlene Sherman.
Jim Merritt, Indianapolis.
Good morning, Lindsay Hake.
Grant Smith.
Good morning, Corey Cochran.
Parvane Stover, committee staff.
Good morning. So if we could have the first applicant come in and see us here. Henry Wilhelmus. Henry, good morning and welcome. Thank you very much for applying for this position and coming to speak with us today. I hope that you'll feel comfortable having a conversation with the committee. Okay? All right, good morning.
It is now.
Okay. Good morning. Well, I'll go ahead and start off the questions, but ask everyone to jump in. Henry, tell us about a little bit about your background and why you decided to apply to become a commissioner at the IURC.
Thank you, Secretary. My name is Henry Wilhelmus. I currently work for the Office of Energy Development, and I have also served at the IURC in the Consumer Affairs Division as a senior consumer affairs analyst. I've worked for the state since 2022, and my background originally was in sales for energy systems and fuses. Before that, I got a master's degree at the Ball State Teachers College in quantitative psychology and a bachelor's degree in psychology from the formerly known as IUPUI, now it's IUI. I'm interested in applying because I have a background in public service. I've previously worked with the commission, and I saw just what good it can do for directing energy policy here in Indiana, and I'm excited to serve, maybe not on the sidelines of it, I want to serve actively with it with the commission.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Corey?
Henry, thank you for your time today. I guess my question is directed towards the experience or lack thereof from what we traditionally see in an IURC commissioner, the longevity of a career before someone typically applies for this role. Can you just address that? And I'm not saying that's negative or non-negative, but can you just address maybe the age and the experience that you have versus some of the other candidates?
I appreciate that question.
Yeah. Henry, thank you. Sorry. So my question is directed towards either the experience or lack thereof based on maybe age. Can you just kind of address maybe some of the other candidates might have a little bit more experiences than you for applying for this position?
Thank you for the question. I'm happy for the opportunity to answer that. I would say I do have the benefit of working on both sides of this equation, regulatory and policy side. When I worked in the IURC, I oversaw over 1,000 cases with the Consumer Affairs Division. That was personally assigned to me, those cases. I would review cases assigned and make legally binding decisions. Sometimes they were all the way up to the full commission if they were disagreed upon by the customer, but I had a very low appeal rate. I saw firsthand just how the commission and its actions can affect consumers in the electrical and natural gas and water fields. I saw how residential, commercial, industrial customers, they can be affected by a simple line item that these rates, trackers, riders approved by the commission can result in. There was one particular case where over $100,000 had been lost in 1 month in an industrial customer. And this is a very compressed time frame I saw this in. Working in the executive branch with the Office of Energy Development, I've been a bit further upstream from that. Saw capital cost adjustments, saw policy created in front of me, worked and actively participated in it. I believe that this has given me a kind of a compressed time scale, and I've seen further into both sides of this regulatory equation, maybe more so than other people have in this time that I was given with the state. I believe that gives me the experience necessary to be a prudent commissioner.
Thank you.
Yesterday, the IURC released its energy affordability report. Can you tell us how you, if you're aware of the report, and how you see the priorities laid out in that report as a priority that you would carry through should you be commissioner?
I have read that report. I think affordability isn't necessarily just one particular bill being low any one given month. It's a sense of predictability, a sense that over time, customers, commercial, residential, industrial, can predict where their bill will be going through market up and downs, can track how the commission and how the electric utilities, water, gas, how they're going to react to this. I don't believe a predictability in terms of a commissioner is something that needs to be an active characteristic of them. You want to be someone who's occasionally unpopular, but can make over time, a trend that's predictable with the markets. The numbers here are real, though. Indiana does have a decent number of affordability crisis concerns going right now. I believe, if I remember last I checked, over 1,000 households, no, not 1,000, over 1 million households in Indiana are below that ALICE threshold, where they can not qualify for assistance programs, but they still make too little to afford basic necessities like housing, food, water, energy. The true test of affordability isn't in keeping things lower, and I'd like to push back on maybe that denying rate increases outright are the answer to affordability, but rather a sense of keeping, knowing that the greatest rate relief over time will be compounded, like finding cheap and competitive supply and ensuring that that's worked into integrated resource plans.
On follow-up, given that statement, I won't take issue with the equating affordability with predictability. I absolutely listened to your last point there, and I'm with you on that. But I'm curious as to how you juxtapose personally that popularity issue with, the issue of affordability being a huge priority for this administration. You're obviously going to be serving at the pleasure of the governor, and this is a priority for, I think, everyone in the room, and in addition to him. However, that role that you just mentioned does bring into the picture of having to make some really tough decisions that may be perhaps not in line with that public messaging that's been in the news lately. How do you juxtapose those two?
I juxtapose them through an understanding of what I was first taught when I started working at the commission, that it is a neutral fact-finding body at its core, that affordability is one of the 5 pillars of Indiana, that it can be accomplished, but you remember that you're always going to be pulling on each one of the 5 pillars when you're making an adjustment, when you're pushing forward towards a certain resource plan or resource mix. There's going to be trade-offs. I think if you can advertise something as affordable while not compromising on any of the other 5 pillars, you've just done marketing. You haven't actually done proper analysis.
Given your broad perspective on things, in terms of policy, what policies are now in place that may inhibit moving towards a more affordable electric system? And in your mind, what policies could facilitate a more affordable electric system?
I believe that policies that are currently in place that might inhibit some affordability goals would be pressure towards a certain mix of the 5 pillars, right? I mean, think when you pull on any one of the 5 pillars, you're moving towards a different mix, and affordability might decrease, increase. It's I mean, every angle has a perspective on that one, right? If you overshoot into reliable service, you're going to be taking away affordability dollars. And if you overshoot into a cheap generation, you're going to be pulling away from a genuine, reliable service. If there are certain policies that are affecting that in my mind, one that comes immediately to mind would be QIP. I think it might be a bit overused. If you're putting off into the future if you're just immediately recovering affordability charges, you're putting them immediately onto the balance sheet of these utilities and then pushing them into the future, just that kind of more of a smaller percent, you're going to be compromising future affordability chances and compromising policy for that.
Thank you.
Henry, thank you so much. I'm curious, because of your past experience with the commission and having been on staff there, wanted to hear your thoughts about speed to market. Right now, when we look at our industry and the landscape of energy development right now, it is speed to electrons. Every deal is looking to get online as quickly as possible. How would you think that the commission could balance that speed to market desire with the protections of the regulatory environment and what you need to do to maintain, achieve what your mission is? So I guess when I sum it up, are there things that we could do in your mind that could make the process faster, or do you think the process in terms of speed to deployment is right where it should be? Do you have a thought about that?
Thank you for the question. I believe speed can sometimes replace prudent analysis. I'm happy with where Indiana is at right now. I think we've been given a great tool set for where we're going with large loads entering the grid and getting interconnected. Indiana recently passed what House Enrolled Act 1007, which did allow the state to require and the commission to require that these large qualifying loads put 80% of financial assurances of what their cost would add to the system. Well, sometimes there's some other assurances for the remaining 20%. There is a desire to put speed to market first, but I believe that can sometimes leave people on the hook for charges and financial bets that ratepayers may not want to finance. I believe that where we're at right now is a solid mix of that. I think never should speed truly at its core financial ideology replace prudent analysis. The commission at its core is a fact-finding body. It needs to make decisions that are educated and well-informed and held to the record of what Indiana is investing in a long-term mindset. I believe a decision made by this commissioner over the next 4 years will be felt for the next 40 and 50, and that shouldn't be taken lightly.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry, for appearing and interviewing today. The world is changing incredibly with energy, and with this commission is faced with a lot of difficult decisions in the coming months and years. And when we talk about the challenges of this commission, of how a commission can be fair, you are a consumer affairs analyst. Would you address the idea of fairness between the utility and the public, if you will, as well as you've spent a lot of time on nuclear policy, according to your resume and your application here. How do you balance all that, all your experience and what we're faced with the coming years, because nuclear power is on the way, and as well as a commissioner has to be fair between a consumer and the utility?
I appreciate that question. If I understand it correctly, you're asking how can a commissioner kind of square all these coming changes to the grid?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My take on the read of the commissioner is that you're not trying to just reach a compromise that serves all. You're trying to understand and synthesize who might be the best served at any given moment, who might be bringing the right information at any given moment. I have put some great thought into this question in my work at the Office of Energy Development. You have so many competing angles coming towards this, right? You have a utility might say, hey, I've got a balance sheet and long-term affordability. If you cut me off here, I'm going to be causing problems and affordability crises down the road for my customers. And that could be seen as a valid point. You've got other points with environmental advocates that might see a stranded asset as an ecological and an economic concern, and those can be valid and proven in the past as well. You have other ones with large load industrial advocates that say we've got a opportunity to spread out over many shoulders a larger rate base, saving customers from affordability concerns with these fixed costs that the utilities provide. You have then consumer advocates that make a very valid point of that there are captive audiences, these captive customers in this regulatory compact, that in exchange for getting their captive audience, this franchise, they are protected by a regulator or a regulatory body. I think it goes back to my point of predictability versus being occasionally unpopular. I think I'd rather be unpopular with the entire group of those entities, those advocates, and make the correct decision, and rather than be predictable going in about who I'm always going to side with. Especially with some of these new experimental technologies, we want to make sure we set them right before we get concrete on the ground and watts produced.
Thank you.
Thanks, Henry. You did already answer the question about affordability and what affordability means, and I think that was a solid answer. I also am curious, not so much as what you would do as a commissioner, but more based on your experience at the IURC, the work that you've done at the Office of Energy Development. What do you see as our greatest opportunities for lowering electricity cost and really achieving affordability as a state? So this is kind of taking more of a step back and looking at where we are at this moment in time and where you see our opportunities to move forward and lower cost. As you know, we were the 4th lowest cost of electricity in 2004 in the country. Now we're up at number 24. As a state, we want to get back down definitely to be in the top 10 most affordable energy markets. Is there anything that you see that's a good path forward there?
Thank you for that question. I would maybe answer it in 2 parts there. Kind of a slight rehashing of my affordability answer earlier, with that you need to be thinking with long-term, not immediate answers, not immediate quick answers, that the best affordability solution is one that is a long-term earned, prudent balance sheet answer, because a predictable, following the market utility is a better affordability provider than one that makes rapid bets or speculative moves. In terms of policy changes or direction to Indiana that they could make, I would like to see a reshuffling of our trackers and rider system. I believe that it can put a little bit more speculation onto the customer than anticipated. Some of the fuel adjustment charges, they, as I understand it, are buying fuel in large market-driven chunks and then passing those charges on as fixed direct costs to the customer. There could be moves to make it a bit more incentivized to purchase fuel in better and earned kind of feedback loops, right? Maybe a utility could have an opportunity, if they overachieve on some of these riders and trackers, to get some of that cost back. We need to incentivize and make running a utility, as a lot of these are investor-owned, more of a maybe capitalist-drawn free market system. We need to give them the full incentive to operate as they desire to be, as cheaply and affordably run as possible, while also ensuring that as a balance sheet market viewer, as a commissioner, watching that those long-term decisions still end up being reliable and stable and resilient.
Thank you very much.
If I could, I'll tack on to Susie's question, the Secretary's question, sorry. You mentioned the fact, you mentioned those, but those aren't the only trackers, obviously, the riders, as you've noted. What else do you, and that was not listed yesterday in the IURC report, I note, but what other trackers do you see as problematic for lifting up affordability as the primary goal of, well, the commission, frankly, as the governor sees it?
I would love to get into specifics of which ones I would change or alter, but I think without a deeper analysis right now, I can't say exactly which ones, or maybe speak almost politically here of which ones I would remove or change. I think a complete maybe overhaul review needs to be done of them. I understand they're all in Indiana code and could be looked at over maybe a general session as a review of what could be changed there to make them a bit less of pushing on some of these costs to customers and more of a incentivizing the utility to operate more affordably.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I also have one question for you. I know you don't have your application in front of you, but on page 4, you neglected to answer a question, and I just wanted to get you on the record as to whether you had you or any person in your family or household holding any stock or securities or any pecuniary interest in these public utilities operating in Indiana. You did not answer yes or no, and I'm just curious if you do retain an interest.
Oh, I apologize for that. No, I don't. And none of my family members do.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you for that, taking a step outside of the commissioner role to kind of give a commentary on policy and opportunity here. Data centers have become a real lightning rod in this state, and it is a challenge in siting data centers, and they are partners to our utilities. They are a large load entity that's made a big difference in our energy landscape. How would you talk about how you might, and this is not to say how you would rule on something, but when there's an unpopular decision that has to be made, how do you deal with that in general?
Thank you for that question. To answer, bringing back to my experience in the Consumer Affairs Division, we were a neutral fact-finding body, right, as a subset of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. Not a advocate for one particular direction, not a consumer advocate, not a utility advocate, but something in the middle, just looking for what the facts of the particular complaint or concern, dispute with the utility were. That didn't always result in a popular decision. In fact, they were often unpopular. I think a lot of people were under the impression that they had received an incorrect bill when maybe it was just something that they were consuming incorrectly, maybe a leak in their water supply or a short in their electric system. So not a lot of my determinations, legally binding, were popular. I have had to deliver some of them in person, some of them over the phone, but people could get heated. People got very upset. I've had groups of people screaming in my face. There was a neighborhood organization that did show up all en masse and want to talk to me. Not really intimidated by that to a certain extent. I mean, unpopular decisions are going to happen, especially if you're a neutral fact-finding body. You can't side with one or the other. It's just what the Indiana law already is. Data centers do provide a great sense of variability in Indiana's energy future here. I think if they're handled well, they can go to what I spoke of earlier, which shoulder much of those fixed costs with utility prices passed on to customers. They can be spread over a larger rate base. I think if they're handled incorrectly, they could result in some stranded assets and generation that's going to be passed on to customers as a speculative bet. But Indiana has given the commission a commissioner role that I would be using this tool set when House and Rolled Act 1007, which does allow the commission to require that those large loads, those qualifying large loads, do put upfront financial assurances for 80% of it. So I would say the unpopular decision that I'd be frequently forced to make and would be excited to make on behalf of the commission would be, can I hold these data centers to the record, and can I show that they're actually going to show up with proven commitments to Indiana?
Thank you very much.
I have no more questions.
Well, I don't have any other questions, but I do want to give you an opportunity to leave us with anything else that we haven't asked about. If you think there's something important we should know about you or your vision for what a commissioner should be doing right now, now's your chance.
Thank you. I appreciate that opportunity. I would like to go into further detail of what being a public servant means to me. I've been a public servant now at 2 different agencies here with the state of Indiana. When I was originally thinking the answer to what the question of being a public servant was, I anticipated it being asked. I think a frequent kind of cliche answer is that you're getting power handed over to you and you're acting on behalf of people, you're serving on behalf of people. But then I thought further about that. I mean, I'm a part of the people. I'm a ratepayer, I'm a taxpayer, and I've been a disgruntled citizen before. I've been upset at the direction the state of Indiana has moved in the past. Isn't there a certain angle of serving as a public servant that you remember that you're confident in who you're working for? I think there's confidence in who you work for. When I worked as a salesman, I was confident in the product I was selling. I think I'm confident in Indiana. I believe that we're headed in the right direction. I think we're replacing an aging fleet that was built for the 20th century for 20th century needs. We're moving towards a 21st century portfolio. And my read on the commissioner's role is to make sure that that 21st century fleet is going to be built with prudent analysis, held to the record, that utilities are not given not so much of a blank check, but a ability to speed forward into the future, build what they need with analysis that's going to result in proper investments in their stranded assets and building an affordable future for Indiana.
Thank you very much. This concludes your interview. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Good morning, Tanner. I want to welcome you to this. This is an important position, and it's very important to the state of Indiana right now. So it shows a lot of commitment and a very admirable thing to have applied for this position. So I want to thank you for that. This is the nominating committee. We'll go through a list of questions and hopefully have a really productive conversation, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and start off the question with, tell us a little bit about yourself. You know, we've all looked through your application very closely, but would like to hear from you why you applied for this position and what you think in your background has brought you here.
Well, thank you very much for having me today. I do appreciate the opportunity to come and interview for this position. I am here because, okay, the green light is on. Okay, all right. All right, sure, all right. Well, thank you again. My name is Tanner Boucher. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to interview for this position. The reason I applied for this position is because I love the community in which I live, and I love the state of Indiana, and I want our community and state to be the best place to raise a family and grow a business, and I think a foundational element of that is affordable and reliable utilities. I was born and raised in Knox County, Indiana. I live there today with my family. I run my business there. Everything I cherish most is here in this state. Now, my view of utility regulation is essentially that the IURC serves as a surrogate for a competitive marketplace. And we regulate in the public interest pursuant to statute, as we are a creature of statute. But we play an important fact-finding role. We review the evidence, we make factual determinations and apply that legal standard. I believe very strongly that affordable and reliable utilities are the global difference between the haves and the have-nots. And I want Hoosiers to be able to have. I think a few years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, I read a book by a guy named Robert Bryce, who specifically wrote a book called A Question of Power, Why Some Nations Succeed and Some Fail. And he broke down exactly what the cost of not having affordable and reliable utilities, particularly electricity, for his book were. You know, in nations and jurisdictions where affordable and reliable electricity is lacking, girls don't go to school, healthcare is in desultory shape, and all sorts of social and economic consequences flow downhill from the lack of affordable and reliable utilities. And it's not an all or nothing, it's a sliding scale. So the more affordable and more reliable utilities we can have in the state of Indiana, I believe that can greatly serve the public interest and make our state a better place for Hoosiers.
Thank you. A follow-up question to that is, the term affordability is thrown around a lot. Talk about what you think affordability really means when it comes to consumers.
And ultimately, it is a sliding scale. So the baseline is we want Hoosiers to be able to afford electricity and water at affordable rates, meaning they don't have to strain their budgets in order to afford them. Now, of course, in a world where trade-offs didn't exist, you would want perfectly reliable service and no cost to it, and that's not the world in which we live. So we need to recognize it is a sliding scale, but we need to always push towards more affordability. And, you know, it is relative, of course, to the overall cost of living, because utility rates can drive the cost of living, but utility rates can also, they can increase at a rate lower than the cost of living, so they can actually make life more affordable in that sense.
Thank you.
During your primary campaign, you were on the record a whole bunch on a lot of these issues affecting utility affordability. I'm curious how you take that advocacy to an arbitrary or neutral body like the IURC. Tell me about how you would carry that forth.
Well, and in my campaign, my policy prescriptions were just that. They were prescriptions for how I would change the law if I was put in that position. Now, I practice law as a practitioner. I'm familiar with legal standards and applying facts and presenting facts to fit that legal standard. I'm also familiar with the role of a judge of, not being in place to change the legal standard, but to listen to all sides, review the evidence, particularly the written evidence, but also the oral advocacy, and applying the facts as you find them to the legal standards at play. So I appreciate the difference, and I practice that difference in my professional life, notwithstanding what my policy preferences were as a candidate.
Given that, I'm curious how you've experienced your interaction. Obviously, I assume you've had a lot of interaction with the public during a campaign, but I shouldn't. I just given by your statements, that seems to be the case. Was that it seems like that would be a pretty important issue for people. Obviously, affordability is one of the priorities for the pillars in Indiana statute. However, there are others. How do you juxtapose and prioritize your vision for the state of Indiana within those parameters?
I think I understand your question. I'll tell you this. My number one issue when I ran for office was affordable and reliable electricity. I was not successful in my campaign, so I don't know whether that's the number one issue or not for the primary electorate I was facing. But
that's not my question.
Okay.
I'm curious about you, not the outcome of the campaign.
So look, this is a bipartisan board. I have my party affiliation, but within the commission, I will work collegially with my colleagues and work diligently to determine the facts and apply the facts to the legal standards to reach the conclusions. I think that's ultimately the job that we're called to do. Now, I do think this is an interesting and challenging time, not only for the industries involved, but also for the commission. I think a certain element of curiosity and understanding the rationale for why each party presents the evidence that they are presenting, as well as understanding maybe not the highly technical, but at least the broad strokes reasons for the technical analysis. I think that's incredibly important for a commissioner to be able to understand and have an interest in understanding.
One more question. I note that you include the Federalist Society on your list of organizations you've been involved with. Can you tell me more about it?
Absolutely. Well, the Federalist Society, in my experience, has been an organization that has facilitated discussion among various viewpoints on various issues of law that I've always found interesting. When I was a law student, we would have professors who were members of other organizations that maybe the public wouldn't perceive as aligned with the Federalist Society, but they participated in those meetings and debates, and it was very, very enlightening. I learned a lot from the debates that were held in good faith, and in my experience, that's what the Federalist Society has facilitated.
Tanner, thank you again, as everyone else has said. Kind of a follow-up on one of Lindsay's questions, but you appear to be very passionate about this issue. Sounds like you spent several months speaking aloud about this issue. Can you talk about your experience in this world, and how would you integrate yourself working for the IURC?
Well, absolutely. It's never been a professional obligation of mine. It's always been a passion of mine. As I said, ever since several years ago when I read the Robert Bryce book, but even before that, when I was in law school, I worked on a case where, with the Marion County Prosecutor's Office, where a home had actually exploded due to manipulation of a gas unit, and there were highly technical aspects of that case that I learned a lot from that case. But the passion really started when I read that Robert Bryce book, and since then I've read consistently and learned more about the issue, because I was convinced quite seriously that the affordability and reliability of utilities is imperative for the well-being of the people, both ways. And so the more we can improve on those metrics, the better off Hoosiers can be. And obviously, if we were to backslide on any of those metrics, it would be far worse. So it's really a passion rather than a professional responsibility for me up to this point.
I'll just follow up real quick. So these are very complex cases. It sounds like that was a very complex case that you read, but having no involvement necessarily in that case, how does that translate to being an IURC commissioner? Are you able to dig into those technical details on the cases and tell me more about not just looking at it from a legal sense, but from a technical sense?
Well, and to be clear, I was involved in a limited capacity in that case.
I apologize.
Sure. Well, I mean, it starts with the record. You have to be willing to dig into the details and to read the record. If there's any aspect of that record that's not clear, to reach out for assistance through the IURC staff who are very technically adept, I should say. But really a willingness and a curiosity and a passion to learn about the issue and to fairly adjudicate those claims that are being made.
Thank you.
So I know in your application you discuss dependable power. So in your mind, what is dependable power and what is undependable power, I guess?
Well, I think, from my perspective, I think you need to look at how power generation works in all environments. So, for instance, the bad winter storm we had this past year, where I think 70% of the nation was under a warning, and certain power generation was more reliable than others, and I think Also with, I think global markets were impacted as well, which impacted the ability to get power from place to place. So we need to be cognizant of the fact that in perfect circumstances, some power generation is dependable all the time. In imperfect situations, the power generation capabilities and dependability might change. That's what I mean by dependability. How does it react? How does it respond in different conditions?
Sort of a follow-up to Grant's question, you're on the record as claiming that there is nothing more affordable and dependable as coal. In that situation you just cited, the failure was coal plants. So please explain, well, please provide citation.
Well, whenever coal is the baseload power supply, a coal plant has the capability of having days, if not weeks, of on-site generation ability. Now, we experienced a lot of problems whenever that winter storm hit, and you can look at different grids across the nation to see how exactly different grids were impacted. For example, the New England grid, NEJP, I believe is the call letters, they didn't have any coal capacity. They were burning jet fuel and even wood to generate electricity, and there was nothing dirtier or more expensive than that. Whereas for the grids that were more dependent upon coal supply, I see that they were able to keep their generation more affordable and more reliable than the other grids.
So thinking about affordability and our history as a state and where we want to go as a state, in the early 2000s, we were among the lowest cost of electricity in the country. And now we're at number 24, jumped up from as low as number 4 most affordable. Are there any pathways, policies, or just ideas that you have that are our best ways to lower our cost of electricity and get closer to, in the top 10 most affordable states?
Well, sure, I have ideas, as I spoke about tremendously during the campaign that we've referenced. I think being a partner with the legislature, where the legislature can sound off ideas, and I can be a partner to not necessarily create the legislation, but to be a sounding board for legislators to consider changes. I think that would be a very important part of serving on this commission. But like I said, I do think it's a challenging time for the industries involved, not only electricity but also water. It's a challenging time for the IURC navigating the changing environment. And like I said, I think it takes a curiosity and a genuine passion of within this field to be able to effectively navigate that.
Thank you. And one other question. This past legislative session, performance-based rate making was passed as part of the House Enrolled Act 1002. Talk about deploying that, and what are your thoughts about performance-based rate making?
Well, I certainly think that the idea is well-intentioned, and the implementation of that is going to be something that, in any given case, I've not, decided any given case, but I think that's something that's going to come in front of the commission quite a lot, and is going to start with evaluating the facts that are submitted and taking that legal standard and applying those facts and seeing how that works in practice. And maybe the legislature will need to reevaluate or amend some things. Maybe it doesn't work exactly how it was intended, but I think the intention is good.
Thank you very much.
Yesterday, it's been a busy day over here at the IURC.
Imagine.
Or a busy week. Yesterday, the report on affordability was released. Have you had a chance to review it?
I haven't had a chance to review that yet.
Considering your comments regarding the legislature, this is what prompted my question. The role here, obviously as attorney, you know how it ex parte rules, et cetera. You're very aware of all of this. This is helpful background to have. How would you maneuver that when you said you would have that conversation with the legislature? How would you do so without, violating any of those principles here?
Well, I evaluate the cases as they come before me, not necessarily the legal standards. So if a lawmaker wants to ask, they want to make a certain change, they want to introduce a certain change, how would that impact, the considerations? I don't think that prejudices any particular case. I think that is simply providing an advice for a legislator who wants to make a change, and whether that's successful or not within the General Assembly, that's far beyond my capabilities, but and probably beyond that lawmaker's capabilities. But if they want to know what factors to consider for the change that they want to make, if they have a question about how that might impact, I certainly think that's fine to answer. Now, regarding the report on affordability, I think that's background information, but that wouldn't necessarily ever impact how a case turned out if I were to review that and take that into the background of knowledge that I have.
I encourage you to read it. You might find a few points of commonality.
Okay, all right,
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughts.
absolutely.
Tell us about your perspective on balancing the interest of vastly different stakeholders that will come before the commission. So between utilities, environmental interest, consumers, industry stakeholders. Talk about how you would make that balance.
Well, it's, of course, the public interest standard. You start with the evidence that's submitted. If there is evidence lacking, if you have the ability to seek additional information, seek additional information. If not, then perhaps, if you don't see the evidence that you need, perhaps you can make a negative inference whenever it's lacking. But of course, we are a creature of statute, so we're bound by the statute that's passed. And applying the facts as we find them to the statute in play is always how we have to address it. But if there is discretion, then of course we determine what the public interest is and pursue that.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the nominating committee? Okay. Well, I'd like to give you one. Oh, did you have something, Corey? Go ahead.
I just think we asked it last time, or in the last interview. I think the data center question is important. So lightning rod, as the secretary alluded to earlier, kind of maybe talk through some of your concerns with data centers in Indiana, the load that they put on our energy capacity. So, thank you.
And of course, there are that's a salient issue on a number of fronts, some of which don't have anything to do with the IURC, land use and such. But the data centers as a whole, I think, obviously present challenges because whenever there's an increase in demand without an instantaneous increase in supply, it will necessarily cause price to rise. That's Econ 101. But what's interesting about data centers is data centers have very interesting needs for electricity in that they have a 24/7 need for constant, consistent electricity. And in a competitive market, that would create an incentive for utility companies to embrace sourcing of electricity that can be consistent and reliable 24/7. That, of course, we do not have a competitive market. We have monopoly territories, and the IURC exists in part to be a surrogate for competition. So that's sort of an interesting challenge and interplay that is at hand here with the data center issue. And of course, water is an issue as well. And again, that's a challenge in that demand is increasing with water and supply is not increasing instantaneously. But also, there are a number of communities within the state that have aging infrastructure that would love to be able to upgrade their infrastructure, and having that baseload demand is able. That creates a structure in which some communities are able to justify an upgrade to their infrastructure. So again, there are certainly challenges to the data center issue, But what's interesting are the opportunities, and how do our laws and how do our regulations encourage taking advantage of the opportunities in the public interest, I think, is the critical question. Sure.
Sorry, I didn't have my light on here. So asking about, following up on the affordability pathways, opportunities, things that we could do to lower our cost of electricity in the state, and ask you not to think about being a commissioner in that role, but being a citizen, and I'm curious because that was a platform when you ran for office. Are there any specific tactics, opportunities, things that you think we could be doing here in Indiana that would lower the cost of electricity for consumers?
Well, I've taken off that hat for a while, so I'll put it back on. I do think that I do think reliability is so critically important. I think emphasizing reliability has effects on affordability, particularly as I mentioned with the winter storm. When you look at what worked during the worst of conditions, and relying on that as opposed to relying on the sources that didn't work as well. Some ratepayers were, are experiencing the impacts now of the winter storm that came through, and that's because of a structural issue that exists where reliability is not necessarily been it's not necessarily been at the forefront the way it needs to be.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Okay, well, Tanner, I'd like to give you just a few minutes at the end of this interview to tell us about anything that we didn't hit on that you'd like to discuss.
Well, I think we've covered what I expected to cover today. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to come here and interview for it. I hope you can see that this is, this is a passion project of mine. This is something that I deeply care about because I think it's important for our state, and I think getting it right can really help Hoosiers, and getting it wrong can really hurt Hoosiers. So I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much for coming in. This concludes our interview. Welcome, Anthony Sunta. Am I saying your last name right? That is correct, yes. Welcome.
That is correct, yes.
Great. That was a very good use of the microphone. Sometimes people don't sit close enough in, so I wanted to remind you of that. We have a great online audience, so I want to make sure they hear all your answers to our questions. I want to welcome you today. The nominating committee appreciated your application. It takes a lot to apply for a job like this, and we recognize that and appreciate the work and striving towards public service. And so thanks for being here today. We'll ask questions, and please feel comfortable, and let's have a productive conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. First, I'll kick it off with a broad question, and tell us about your motivation, why you applied for this position, and a little bit about your background. We do have your application. We've been through it in great detail, but just hearing from you, I'd like to know why you feel like what brings you here today and why you want to be a commissioner.
So I have worked with the Consumer Affairs Division for a little over 3 years now. And I started off as an intake coordinator, and that was just hearing customers call in and hearing their complaints about what they're going through. And a lot of those complaints were affordability on bills. And over my time there, I came into this role not knowing a single thing about utility background, Indiana code, laws. I took a chance, and I'm very grateful that my boss took a chance on me because I've learned a lot from her and from the commission. Since then, I have moved into consumer affairs analyst, and I have been able to review bills, review customers' concerns, just overall concerns, trimming concerns, just overall concerns that customers have, disconnection concerns, and a lot of Hoosiers are struggling to pay their bills right now, and that is one of the driving factors. Hearing these concerns every day is what led me to apply for this position.
Thank you very much.
You have a really unique background and story about how you got here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, what drove you to move to because you were at the BMV before, correct?
Yes.
And so what motivated you to come over to the consumer side of intake for the IURC? What was that genesis story?
Ultimately, I was at a crossroads with me personally. I wanted to just find something else in life to go down. I did start off with my background when I first moved to Lafayette, Indiana. I worked at Sam's Club. I then became promoted to a manager, and I dealt firsthand with customer concerns there. And I've always had a passion for the consumer side, me being a consumer myself. Just anytime I go into a store or I deal with an online purchase and something does go wrong, there are ways to handle that, and sometimes people don't handle it correctly. And I do want to make a difference for Hoosiers. I'm not originally from Indiana. I'm from Chicago, and I moved here 10 years ago, and I have not looked back. I think Indiana is a great state, and I do want to make sure that we keep it affordable. I have brought a lot of people from the Chicagoland area to move to Indiana because it is an affordable place to live. It is a great place to live, and I do want to keep that.
On follow-up, so the room is sort of small when that's a priority for you, and I love that. But there's not a lot of people who are motivated by the consumer experience at the IURC, let's be honest. So I love that that's a thing for you. Tell us how, though, you would take that experience into largely one of the, I think we could all agree, one of the biggest public roles right now in Indiana governance, which is those five, the five commissioners up here. How are you going to take that role that you've enjoyed clearly so much and are so good at? How are you going to take that up to that arbitrary body?
Just remembering that there are people out there that don't have a voice. Customers, a lot of them, they don't know how to advocate for themselves. That's why they call our office. They are looking for help. We are their last line of hope. A lot of people that call in, they've already called their local trustee's office for energy assistance. They've already tried to get payment arrangements with the utility. When they reach us, we are their last line of defense, and I want to make sure that I am still advocating for the consumers of Indiana when it goes into deciding rate cases for all Hoosiers.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your application and the interview. The world is looking at Indiana and every state. The energy world, the water world has a lot of challenges to it. We know about water. We've seen some situations with, and we're going to get a handle on where all the water is in Indiana. But two, you have coal, you have natural gas, and you have nuclear power. You have individuals who are ratepayers, but you also have utilities. The markets in New York and around the world look at Indiana and look at every state about if they're open for business or not. And commissioners, the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission was built on independence. Commissioners are judges. And this looks like and is a courtroom. And so a commissioner has to strike a fairness issue from all these parties. And taking into the fact that the world is changing energy-wise, and as well as people are to the minute understanding or seeing issues with online and social media and everything else. There are a lot of pressures, is my point. Knowing that you were in the thick of it with your current position, how do you, should you become a commissioner, how do you resolve all that? Where do you come from with all these challenges?
So back to the consumer, we do start there, but with rate cases, we do need to make sure that we are still following the law. And when it comes down to actually making a fair decision for both sides of the aisle, as I like to say, we need to look at the record. We need to look at where did the money go that you obtained through your last rate case, and how have you used that? And utilities should not just get rate cases just by filing. They need to prove why they need to advance their infrastructure here. And Indiana, if we do go off of affordability, the infrastructure does play a part in that, because then there's not advancements as quickly. But at the same time, we do want to keep Indiana, as you have said, open for business. And we do want, and we are open for business. I think Governor Braun has done a terrific job at bringing businesses to the state of Indiana. The Chicago Bears. I think that is phenomenal that we were able to pull that off. But if rates do continue to go up, I do see a lot of businesses starting to leave the state for surrounding states.
Thank you. I'll ask a question from your SWOT analysis you did in your application, which was very thorough, and I appreciate it. You talked about opportunities. Indiana can strengthen affordability by improving bill transparency, modernizing rate setting, securitizing cost drivers, requiring stronger utility documentation, encouraging adequate supply, and protecting ordinary ratepayers from unfair cost shifting. Talk about those tactics, and does any one of those stand out to you as a better opportunity or a more urgent opportunity for the state?
Customer bills. Customers don't understand their bills. When they're calling us, they're asking us to explain their bills, because the utilities, sometimes the customer service reps, they can't explain them either. And I do think that customers, I feel like there does need to be more consumer advocacy from the utilities to reach out on local levels regularly with customers so they can understand their bills and the rates behind those bills, the riders, the trackers, the fees, just everything about the bill. That is where customer complaints are a lot, is that they don't understand the charges on their bills.
As a commissioner, would you advocate for detailed billing,
Yes. Yes.
even if it requires legislative involvement?
Yes. I think that customers deserve to understand where their rates and what they are paying is going to. And on more of just a better understanding, just a point blank, this is where it's going sort of aspect, not a lot of verbiage that customers won't understand.
This has been This has been a discussion, obviously, over at the legislature in how we talk about bills and predictability versus affordability, all of that. Anyway, I'm curious, given that interest that you have, were you able to read the IURC report on affordability that came out yesterday?
I have not fully gone through it. I know that the Consumer Affairs Division has taken in 2,500 cases, and from my understanding, that's the most we've received in a year, and we're only 6 months in.
2,500 cases in a year.
Or in 6 months. And that's the most that we've taken just as in general within an entire year period when we're already at that within 6 months.
Goodness. Thank you.
You're welcome.
To follow up on those questions, what do you mean by modernizing rate setting?
More just kind of like upfront pricing, I would say. Again, where like the customer understands it when it comes down to rates.
So like a truth in billing?
I'm sorry?
A truth in billing type of initiative, or truth in advertising, or explain a little bit more about what you mean by that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can you just elaborate a little bit more, please?
Grant's question, I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on you.
That's okay.
You go ahead. I was just curious on your answer, what does that mean for you in terms of how you envision this happening for a customer? Yeah. And what does that mean to you in terms of what that bill looks like to enhance that customer experience or customer involvement with what their rate, because rate setting, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. So, again, a lot of these customers, they don't understand their bills. They don't understand how it has gotten to the point where they're spending hundreds of dollars on electricity, and they're telling me that they keep their thermostats set in the winter at 65 degrees. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
And that they only have one light on, they unplug everything, and they just don't understand how the rates have gotten to the point that they feel like ultimately they're being potentially taken advantage of, they feel.
So you believe that rate setting as it exists in some cases is confiscatory?
Yes, if I understand you correctly.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I agree, but there are varying opinions here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The term affordability gets talked about a lot these days, but there isn't really one definition. And you've spent a lot of time talking to consumers. What do you think real affordability means when it comes to especially the electric side of utilities?
I think utilities obviously deserve to make a profit. They're not a charity. Without the customer, though, they don't have a service to sell to anybody. When utilities, and a lot of times I do hear this from customers, when a CEO makes millions of dollars a year, customers view that as, is this truthfully where my money is going? Do utilities, do CEOs or executives need all of this money? And that is the biggest hindrance. I feel like that customers feel that utilities shouldn't be getting rate cases approved, and that money should go to infrastructure in their eyes. And I do believe that if we were able to bring back the affordability side of things, Indiana would look a lot like the state of Florida, where people have driven in mass droves to Florida, and they've seen an enormous economic growth. People have left the state of California, the state of New York, due to just not being able to afford to live there anymore. And I feel like if we continue on this path of unaffordability, then we might turn into a state like that, and I don't want that. I love living here. This is a great state. This is a great state to raise a family, have a career, and just grow.
So in your mind, what are driving these huge costs to people at this point in time?
A lot of times it's the fuel charges on customers' bills or the delivery charges. Sometimes the delivery charge is way larger than the actual service that they paid for the actual gas usage. And that's a lot of customers' upsetness surrounding their bills, especially in the wintertime.
In your mind, is there any way to address the fuel pass-through, essentially, the fuel adjustment, where utilities are agnostic because they have no business risk?
At this time, I don't, but I would be willing to explore that further.
Anthony, so let's talk about the role for a second. And if you could, you have a little bit of experience with the IURC. We've talked about a balance here of cost versus generation and capacity to serve the citizens. Can you kind of talk about what are some of those items on that scale that you will evaluate? Is it making sure, as an IURC commissioner, you're bound by law on several things, but the things that you have control of that you can put on those scales, what are some of those things that will help you make decisions as an IURC commissioner?
The customer. The customer would be the forefront at every one of my decisions. Because again, if consumers can't pay their bills, they will leave this state. And then this state will start to turn like all of those other states that I mentioned, where people are leaving in mass quantities, or affordable states like Indiana. But if we do continue to raise rates, people will not be able to afford those bills. They will have to get them sent to collections, and they will ultimately leave Indiana. And the cost of rates doesn't just affect families, it affects businesses. So when rates do go up for the consumer, businesses have to make that terrible decision: do I raise my prices or do I shut my door? And we do not want that. So at the forefront of every one of my decisions as a commissioner, it would be the consumer.
So I don't disagree with you, but let me follow up. I think that the consumer is where we all are worried about and concerned about. But at the end of the day, as you alluded to, the utility companies should make a profit. That's their job at the end of the day. So there are going to be decisions where you have to weigh the consumer and the company and whether or not that company can exist if they're not turning a profit. So there are going to be instances where you're going to be making tough decisions that the consumers are not going to like. Is that correct?
That is correct. I make tough decisions every day with my determinations for customers that file cases with our office that they do not agree with me. And I understand. I understand that they are frustrated, but as you've stated, that it would be bound by law, and that's what I have to make my determinations on as a consumer affairs analyst.
So are you saying that being bound by the law, if you have any say or variability in your decision-making, you're always going to go with the consumer?
The consumer would just be my forefront, and the utility would have to prove their track record on why they're asking for this rate increase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Rate increase or FAC or whatever, I assume whatever you're dealing with in that moment. Okay. Just checking. Thank you. Sorry.
So there have been a lot of laws passed in the last few years that work towards affordability and consumer support. And so on the longer-term tactics, one of those is that any large load user has to pay for 80% at least of their generation needs when they come into as a new large load user in the state. That's typically data centers. Data centers have been a real lightning rod issue for consumers. When these kinds of decisions come through for partnerships between the utilities and large load users like that, how would you expect to embrace those? How would you do your research on them? And I'm not asking how you would necessarily make a decision, because every case is different. But what's your thought about that, and knowing that it could be a very unpopular decision?
I make unpopular decisions every day, and I do understand that data centers can be a great thing for the state of Indiana as far as tax revenue. But I do believe that the companies behind the data centers do need to pay their entire fair share, and it should not be put over onto the ratepayer or the taxpayer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Okay. Well, I'd like to give you the last few minutes here to talk about anything that we didn't ask you about that's important to you or you think we should be able to discuss.
So going back to the consumer, I hear from Grandma Betty's, single parents, single moms, single dads, they are trying to just survive. And day in and day out, when we get these phone calls and we know that we can't offer financial assistance through our office, we can just guide you in the direction. It is heartbreaking. It is a mental tax on you as a human at the end of the day. And I just know that if I was given the position to just let somebody just continue to live and just be able to keep their child from having that child being taken from DCS because the electricity got shut off, or not being able to get evicted from their home because the water got shut off. That means more to me. That means more to me than any salary behind this job, any title this is given. It's just making sure that Hoosiers are the forefront.
Thank you. And I'm curious, you've got such a good depth of experience with consumer affairs. Is there anything that people don't know about that you're able to give them advice on that you might want to mention here?
A lot of times, customers do call our office, and they haven't even reached out to the utility to ask these questions first. And I understand that. A lot of times, it is frustrating. You feel like in the past you've been shunned away from the utility or just kind of written off about your concerns. But I always go in the mindset that you don't know unless you try. And sometimes you might be able to strike a deal with the utility on keeping your lights on or keeping your gas on or your water without having to strictly go through our office first. And I do feel that utilities should kind of focus more on their customer service side of things and having a little bit more empathy. And I understand that there are rules in place that they are allowed to give so many payment arrangements and they are allowed to disconnect after so many disconnect notices. But when you see a 90-year-old woman that is on a Social Security check calling your office or your customer service department, I'm sorry, and she's like, my Social Security check is not here yet, and I'm at risk of being disconnected. I do feel like there needs to be a little bit more give to the humanity side of things and understand that she's calling and begging you, or a single dad is calling and begging you because he does not want DCS to take his child because services got shut off. I do feel like there needs to be a little bit more empathy surrounding the customer, especially from the utility side of things.
Thank you very much. This concludes our interview. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your work at the
Thank
IURC.
you. I appreciate it, and thank you for all that you guys do. Thank you.
We have a 30-minute break from 40-minute break because we finished early. We will reconvene at 11 a.m. Our next interview Let me look at my calendar a little more closely here. Philip Casey will be starting at 11:45 till. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. We will be 10:45 to 11:15 with Philip Casey as our next interview. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome. It's 10:45. We're reconvening. We took a short break. Now we're back with our next interview, Mr. Philip Casey. Mr. Casey, welcome. Thank you very much for your application and for coming to see us today. This nominating committee, we take our responsibility very seriously. We know this is a very important position for the state of Indiana, and we really appreciate your making the effort to come and be here and making the application, so thank you. I'll go ahead and start. We'll ask some questions, but we hope to have a really productive, kind of informal dialogue. This is a very formal room and a formal setting, but please feel free to, let's have a good conversation here. So the first question is just to hear about your motivation for coming. I know you interviewed for this position before, but wanted to know, at this point in time, what motivates you to come and want to be a commissioner? And then anything else from your background that you want to talk about that you think makes it especially important at this moment in time?
Truth be told, I'm used to sitting there, asking the questions and not answering the questions. And most recently, I had an opportunity to do some witness prep on behalf of some OUCC witnesses. And I told them, don't be nervous. You're telling the truth. Nothing can go wrong until you actually sit in the chair and then you realize it feels differently. Yeah. So I've essentially spent my entire career, nearly 25 years, on one side or another of utility regulation. I did begin my career in public service as a prosecutor. That inspired me to do more. I spent several years as an ALJ, general counsel, and chief ethics officer at another state commission. It was what's interesting about the work at the commission, and different from what you experience in private practice, where you're basically representing one client or one individual, is the commission's work affects all ratepayers. It affects the state. So it's a heady responsibility and one that I take very serious. Most recently, I've had an opportunity to work with the OUCC, shoring up the legal ranks there as they seek to fill some positions. It has reminded me and put me in a front row position to view things from the consumer's perspective. It's been a while since I was on that side of the table. And in that time, I've had an opportunity to test utilities' rate claims, digging into work papers and discovery and the like, and quite frankly, addressing real questions about affordability. As I indicated, I've seen regulation from multiple perspectives. I've worked with the regulator. I've worked at a regulated utility. I've been outside counsel to various stakeholders, whether they're regulated or unregulated. I've worked at an unregulated energy provider, energy generator, and now working with the OCC on behalf of the ratepayers. I will say that I wrote this down because I even surprised myself how good it was. I have been preparing for this opportunity to serve without planning it this way. My career path has put me in this position. So I view this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to share, give back the professional experience that I've been able to gather over the past quarter of a century. And if I could leave you with any three things, it would be that I would be a voice for experience, expertise, and bringing a unique perspective to the commission. I understand the importance of the 5 pillars. I will apply them and not simply pay lip service to them. And I want to enhance the public trust in the IURC.
Thank you very much. Lindsay?
Without going through the portal and all of the docketed cases, can you tell me which cases specifically that you're working on
Yeah.
the OUCC for.
Absolutely. So I was brought in to help the OUCC take some of the burden, some of the load off of the full-time employees that are handling the biggest or largest or most consequential cases. I've been working on a discrete group of cases, trackers, basically doing the annual filings or reviewing the annual filings that utilities are making for various trackers. There is one other case that's not a tracker that I've helped with, and that is a small wastewater utility rate case.
On follow-up. I imagine it would be in your plans to recuse yourself if those were potential cases you'd be dealing with as commissioner, or?
I think the first level of inquiry would be an internal assessment of whether or not I had substantial involvement in them. But to the extent that I did, the answer is yes. To give you kind of a frame of reference, I've been assigned not quite 20 different matters. Because of the nature of the matters, they're wrapped up in rocket dockets. They're done pretty quickly. So over half of them have already been cleared.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'd like a little more clarity on what kind of recusal you'd have moving forward. So it sounds like about 10 cases could be up for assessment of if there were a chance to consider recusal.
I think that's a fair estimate, Secretary. But again, they close as quickly as they open. That they do really move pretty fast. And again, while I'm not trying to diminish the importance of the process of reviewing trackers, they do get done pretty rapidly.
Do you know if they're already on the docket for like between now and the end of the summer or the end of the year? Do you know what kind of time frame you might be looking at for recusal?
Just thinking through those 8 or 9 matters. Most all of them would be a late fall time frame.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I don't want to give the impression that this is a exclusionary line of questioning. We want to choose the right person here, but
Sure.
That is something to take into consideration. So thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
So I wanted to follow up. You mentioned having, and I know that you have a lot of experience in digging deep into rate cases and doing a lot of work on behalf of the Utility Consumer Counselor. Do you feel that there's more opportunity to lean into affordability on most cases that go before the commission?
Certainly, those cases that are that have something to do with a rate, whether it's a tracker, whether it's a rate case. There are different types of matters that really don't involve rates, so affordability isn't a front and center question, but the short answer is yes.
Phil, you and I have talked about nuclear power a lot. The world has changed incredibly since I was elected to the Senate in 1990. And one thing that has held true for the last 35 years is that the commission is independent. And like this room, as you can see, is almost like a courtroom. You have to be a judge. You got to be fair. What has changed, though, is nuclear power has come to the fore as a logical or reliable option for a fuel source, as well as natural gas, and coal is still with us. With all the challenges from Wall Street and from consumers, there is this commissioner position in all of them. It's got to be squared with fairness to the utility and to the consumer. And I'm sure one of us will ask a question about data centers putting more of a challenge and more stress, more pressure on the grid, and as well as just the system of humans and energy. Can you address the world as we see it right now and how the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and its members have to strike a balance between all these competing factors?
Sure. Jim, I've actively participated in projects that have been on the forefront of utility regulation. I've worked on IOU data center tariffs. I've worked on behalf of those that sought self-generation or created a microgrid. I've worked on CO2 sequestration projects. I've worked on transmission projects, and I've worked on behalf of some independent power producers. So I've seen, or I have a perspective that's pretty broad. And I can say that, yes, it's no secret we are in the middle of a real transition when it comes to regulation. I think a positive thing is I think the policy in this state is stable, and which is you can't say about the federal level where we get swings based on the different administrations. So I think the state is, I think it going on the right path of being an all in the above energy generation choice. I think that's the right thing to do and not to have all our eggs in one basket. There is a growing interest in gas. That's not new, but it continues to be the one fuel source that has been the main replacement for coal. On the nuke side, it's in its I would say, infancy recently. I mean, there's quite a few nuclear facilities throughout the country, but it's been a long time since other ones have been built. I think with the advent of SMRs, I think there's some really, really good opportunity. I think the state's well poised to take advantage of that. As far as balancing the balancing interests, you know, I think you have, as a judge or as a commissioner, you have to have the same evidentiary standard for all the parties. You know, the utilities request needs to be supported by prudent and verifiable costs. A consumer or industrial group's objection has to be supported with something other than just a lower number. A lower number doesn't in the long term create lower prices or lower rates for consumers, because eventually it catches up. An environmentalist group, their proposals or thoughts need to be weighed on the record, just like everyone else's. I can tell you that in my practice, whether at another commission or in private practice, I've seen well-supported positions, well-supported cases, and I've seen those that are padded or just don't meet the challenge. And then again, most recently with the OUCC, I've had an opportunity to test some of the rate or cost claims that utilities have made. So I think really what was important to the commission is that it maintains its credibility and applies scrutiny even-handedly.
Yesterday, the IURC released its affordability report. If you've reviewed, give us your thoughts and tell us exactly how you plan on carrying out these listed priorities for the commission within your role as a commissioner.
Sure. I have not had an opportunity to review the report that was issued yesterday. I have followed some of the press that has picked it up. I will say in my opening, I talked about enhancing the IURC's credibility or the view the public has in the IURC. The report is a great first step. The the commission's effort to go around the state on a listening tour was a very good effort. What you see online in social media is skepticism as to whether or not the IURC is really going to follow through on affordability. It's post after post after post. So there's some work to be done on that front to enhance the credibility. And one way of doing it is putting your is following through on the action that you said you were going to do. People will trust you if you do what you say you're going to do.
On follow-up, you walk into a very, despite this being an apolitical body, you will be in a political environment in dealing with affordability and the heightened amount of concern from folks who are struggling to pay their bills. How will you plan on dealing with that? How will you deal with it? You'll be called out by name in the public sphere. You'll be judged on your decisions here, and not everybody understands that there might be state law backing it up. You know, tell us how you'll deal with that.
Yeah, I will say in a former role as an ALJ, we had field hearings, and I had to be escorted to and from by state police. This isn't, people's emotions about utility and rates is nothing new, but as the Consumer Council will tell you, the amount of complaints are up. Social media will tell you there's distrust and dissatisfaction. So I've personally have already had experience dealing with those difficult emotional situations. But I don't want to shortchange, because I think you had an initial part of your answer. I will make sure I got it. Now I'm lost. What was the first part, Lindsay?
You'll be held to a lot of folks will be utilizing your role as a reason for their.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked about what, you know, this isn't a political role, and I am not a political person. I would identify myself as an independent. But at the same time, I have worked in group settings in the past, and am more than eager to work with the fellow commissioners to get a just result. But that doesn't always mean you're going to agree. And one thing I think we can see, one thing I think the commission or commissioners should think about is whether or not dissenting opinions should be drafted, or concurring for different reasons. Because I think the commission speaks through its orders, and transparency is really key. What did they consider? Right? It should be in the order, it shouldn't just be assumed. So I think building that transparency within the orders is a good thing.
You mentioned that as one of the weaknesses in Indiana is inconsistent long-range planning, signaling a need for better coordination and cost discipline. Could you expand on that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so we are in a fast-paced world where large load is coming on quicker than the pace of traditional regulation, which makes it very difficult to do the long-range planning. Before, we would have a runway of years before a new plant got built. That doesn't mean that the commission can't act in a more expedited fashion when presented with a generation build request. I can tell you that from my personal experience, you're seeing more and more private sector generation or planning for private sector generation to avoid going through the regulatory process, to avoid going through the IOUs. I think that's something that should be encouraged and not discouraged, because it puts less stress on the IOU system.
Thank you.
Philip, it's good to see you again. I enjoyed our conversation in the fall as well. My question is, you have quite a bit of experience on both sides, so I'm kind of curious, what are some of the things that catch your eye when you have either looked at or reviewed a rate case? What are some of those kind of key indicators that help you or will help you make a decision in the future aside from state law?
Yeah, I think when it comes to something that's being proposed that's new, I think it's important that the entity seeking that approval be able to provide a thorough explanation and detail about the alternatives considered, what the costs of those alternatives are as compared to what they are proposing, and then explain why they didn't choose different alternatives. Oftentimes, I think alternatives are given a short shrift, and I think given the different energy fuel resources that are available now, I think a healthy examination of alternatives would be key. I think also we don't live in a vacuum. There isn't a wall around the state of Indiana. There's states that influence us, influence the pricing of power. I would look to see where we could be more effective in protecting our state by intervening in other proceedings, whether it's through MISO, PJM, or FERC.
Thank you.
As a follow-up to that, what alternatives are generally given short shrift? I mean, in terms of energy resources across the board.
So I will say that what first came to mind, Grant, when I made that answer, has to do with whether or not, without going into detail on a case that I'm working on, I'm going to back up and answer directly your question. So what could be given short shrift is, is it cheaper to purchase the power elsewhere? I don't know if you heard me. Yeah, okay. Rather than constructing it. But cheaper now doesn't necessarily mean it's cheaper later. So what's the long-term savings on the alternative? Whether it's natural gas, whether it's nuclear, or some renewable green energy. So I think there's a rush by some IOUs just to build their own generation because there's an economic incentive that can come along with that. I've seen recently, I think, probably a very good path forward by some that allow the entrepreneurs to take that initial risk to get the shovels in the ground and the generation built, and then come in and buy it once it's proven that it's successful, rather than taking the risk of building it directly themselves.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, as it stands currently, your premise would be based on off-market sales versus the self-generation capability, correct?
I would say that's one alternative.
Okay, thank you.
Could we confirm, is Indiana your primary domicile?
It is.
Okay, just want to be clear on that. My question is about, right now, the state of Indiana is not in an energy emergency, and I feel that we are on a positive path towards meeting our future needs. But we are in MISO territory. Part of the state is in PJM. PJM is having capacity issues. MISO, for the last 2 years, has been considered a reliability risk, resource risk area. If there were a defined energy emergency by the governor, would you have any hesitation in supporting keeping a coal plant open for a life extension?
No.
Thank you.
Phil, back on the recusal part.
Yes.
I think we would all benefit if you would give us a list of, if you were a commission member or appointed a commission member, what cases that are coming along that you would have to recuse yourself from for the obvious reasons.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. In having thought through this question earlier, my first question, first reach out would be to the Commission's General Counsel to make sure that we're following the ethical guidelines of the Commission, as well as my own professional ethical responsibilities. But yeah, I have no problem with providing that list.
Phil, thank you very much. I really enjoyed our conversation today, and I want to give you the remaining few minutes that we have. We have 4 minutes left. Is there anything that we didn't ask you about that you'd like to discuss here?
Well, we covered a lot of the waterfront. There is one thing. And I remember a question that I was asked back last fall. And that's whether or not the commission has sufficient authority to carry out its job. My answer then was yes. My answer today is yes. Throughout my career, I've worked with a lot of smart people, and they've been very creative in finding pathways to success. I think the commission can be perhaps a little bit more creative when it comes to exercising the discretion that it has and looking at that with a fresh lens.
Thank you so much. This concludes our interview. We appreciate your time today.
You're welcome, and thank you for your time.
Our next interview is here. It's Alfonso Vidal. Mr. Vidal, welcome. Thank you so much.
Very much.
It's a big deal to apply for this job. This job is an important position. It helps shape the landscape of energy policy, not so much policy, but regulatory and enforcement for the state. And so thank you so much for taking the time to apply for this and for coming to talk to us today. We will go through a series of questions, but let's have a dialogue, okay? I'll go ahead and kick things off and just ask, you were here before, and so we've looked through your application. Oh, I think we know you pretty well, but I do want to give you a chance to talk about what motivates you to want to be a commissioner at the IURC and anything specifically in your background you think makes you unique for that.
So I always say, and you've heard it before, I mean, I come from Venezuela, and yeah, the accent is not from Kentucky. But one of the things that I'm passionate about is giving back to the community that gave us so much when we came here. You probably heard it before, but I'll re-say it. I was kidnapped by Colombian guerrilla in 1997, and it was a very stressful time coming and leaving the country, right? Coming here, yeah. Sure. Is that better? So we came to this country and we first come here to Evansville, and the University of Evansville was amazing. It welcomed us, and that gave me really always the desire to give back to the community that gave my family so much when we came here. So that was the first step into this. Another movement of this is that I study in a high school that is run by Salesians, and we always thought about, they always told us about being a good Christian and good citizens. And I think that balance is very important. And now later in my career, I've been in business, I've been in operations, I've been in sales. I mean, I've done a lot in my career, non-for-profits a lot. But I think it's time to do something more meaningful and something that not only gives back to the community, but expands that into changes that are really for generations to come.
Thank you. I want to talk about the commission has really focused a lot on affordability this year. They've had an investigative inquiry. They've done a listening tour. Yesterday, they just released their affordability report. What has been your point of view, your perspective about the commission's work towards affordability this year? Any thoughts about that?
Absolutely. So I think it's very important that we have a balance interest of all, we keep the balance interest of all the stakeholders. I mean, we need to think about who bears the risk, who's causing the cost, and who receives the benefits. And I think that's very important when we talk about affordability. We have to understand how that really balances the equation, and really who and what are all these costs and all these prices and all these rates have to be applied or assigned to. Because the cost and the investment all bears a portion of that in the balancing of the equation. So I think that's very important when you think about affordability. That has to be put into consideration. The other part of affordability has to be fair and just, and balance also with the economic development of the state. We have to think about businesses. When I serve as chairman for the Lido of Vanderbilt County, I always heard about the concerns that new businesses had coming in this area because of the high energy costs. Well, actually in Southwest Indiana, of the energy costs. So that's something that has to be considered as well. And as well, of course, a good landscape that we can maintain some stability in our energy. Reliability is also important. But overall, is making sure that justice, with a big J, right, is considered in all the economic development decisions. So.
Thank you. I wanted to also ask you about performance-based rate making is something that the legislature just passed this year. What are your thoughts about that, and what would you hope that that could accomplish in Indiana?
Yeah, I think there was in the report yesterday, they talked about that. I think, you know, as a business owner, I always think about, and in fact, one of my first things I did was sales. And sales is all about performance, right? You don't sell, you don't eat, right? So it's about, I think it's always important that we consider performance at any level. For the universities, for example, when I serve on the Commission for Higher Education, that was one of the main things. But it is important for the Commission to maintain stability and to maintain consistency, so they know how to adjust their strategies to meet the expectations of the state and the public. Okay. For example, when we were at the Commission, that was one of the things we always heard from the universities: keep the formula consistent so we know what we are hitting or where we're going to go. And I think that's important. So performance, it has to be, you know, the paramount. I mean, not only just because you incur in cost, you get an automatic adjustment or increase of rate. So I think if we balance that with the need of, okay, we are aware that infrastructure is aging and it has to move forward, and we have to maintain it, we have to do all these things, but at the same time, are you performing? Are you doing what you said that you were going to do? And I think that's going to shape the future of energy policy here in the state much more, or the energy performance much more in the states than anything else.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up on that because a portion of the concern regarding the PBM was the multi-year rate making, and that's one of the investigations, the multi-year rate making.
Rate making.
And that was one of the investigative dockets that was announced yesterday. And I'm curious if you believe, obviously there's a balance in that profit and then, of course, the regulatory compact and how that's guaranteed to the ratepayer. Do you believe that there are changes that must be made to the profits that investor-owned utilities are making right now?
First, the report just came out today, so I had very little time to look at it. Every change and everything that we have to do really has to be based on facts, right? We have to investigate the facts, make sure that the Indiana law is applied, that the 5 pillars are met from the administration. Okay, all that being said, like you said, we have to look at that and apply. But for me, what I'm bringing, I think, or what we have to do extra is balance all that, the economic development needs and the forces of the economy with what is just. Okay, what is just for the ratepayer, what is just for the businesses, and what is just for the utility. So I think that's, instead of answering to you if I think that needs to be changed, that would be the ideas that I would follow to make any changes to the rate making.
Thank you. And sorry, I said rate making, I meant rate plans, but I appreciate thank you.
Right now, data centers are at the heart of a lot of conversations, and you mentioned economic development and balancing economic development with the needs of the state and the stakeholders. How do you see data centers impacting our energy infrastructure and our energy future?
Sure. My dad always told me that Napoleon, before the battle, used to say, "Dress me slowly because I'm in a hurry." So I think that that's very important when we think about new technologies coming along. We have to consider, of course, the opportunity cost, right, and the timing of all these things, how fast we move or how slow we move. But at the same time, we have to make sure that the new technologies are not going to impact adversely on anything we're trying to do, because we don't know what we don't know. So that would be something that I would be cautious in. I welcome economic development. I welcome new technology. I'm an early implementer on new technology. I get excited about the changes and the new technology, but at the same time, in my later years, not so much in my younger years, I've been trying to dress slowly before going into battle.
Thank you.
I enjoyed our chat in the fall, too.
Yes.
I asked you about how you would plan on balancing the role of commissioner with your priorities you've indicated as a businessman.
Yeah.
In the past 6, 7, 8 months, this role has become largely politicized, despite it being a apolitical body. And I'm curious how you would approach being dealt that hand.
Sure. So I got stories. I'm a storyteller sometimes, but I have a friend that says, if you don't have anybody complaining about what you do, it's because you're not doing anything. So I actually welcome the debate. I like a lively debate that leads to solutions, not only, of course, a screaming match, but something that will make us all better, okay? So I would be very welcoming of all different parts that will probably enlighten me on many things. I believe that we are lifelong learners. So I welcome that. And in fact, that's one of the things that really excite me about this possible role for me is the fact that through that debate, I'm sure that we are gonna come up better on the other side.
Alfonso, there's a lot of talk about affordability and not thinking about being a commissioner, but just in general as a citizen. Do you see any opportunities for us to help lower our cost of electricity in the state of Indiana, whether that's policy changes, taking advantage of industry opportunities, things the utilities could do? Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so two things. I've been following very closely, well, not very closely, I should say, but I've been following with excitement, I should say, the policy of nuclear developments and implementation of that technology in the state. I think that's going to, is that better? So that's going to help us, I think, on the entire landscape of energy. But the other thing I think is important for me is that we need to make sure that that we help or we encourage, I should say, the different regions to bring the businesses that are large, what we call whales, but right, that are going to be able to consume much more energy, so the utilities can lower the rate overall, or lower, but distribute the rate among many more consumers.
Thank you. On the concept of affordability, what do you think affordability means when it comes to utilities?
So affordability, that's one of the things, to me, affordability has to be just and fair, okay? That's all about. Now, that doesn't mean that it has to be the cheapest, right? So just and fair for all the parties involved, including the ratepayers, the fellow Hoosiers, the businesses that consume that. I was in the plastic industry, and believe me, we consume a lot of power, but also for the utility companies. I think that if you maintain that vision of just, fair, we maintain reliability of one of our main topics. I mean, again, I'm from Venezuela. I lived through rolling blackouts, where you had to wait, maybe not only for electricity, but for water, for all these things. So I know the impact of problems with reliability. But at the same time, what happens when those elements get out of balance is it might be an injustice in any of the stakeholders. So,
Thank you.
So kind of leaning in on that a little bit, what are some of the things that you'll look at in a rate case, for example, that will help you determine if it's just and fair?
okay. So again, everything based on data, okay? So if there's a need, or somebody says that there's a need for new capacity, okay, we would look at, all right, so what is it? Is it really needed? We would look at the amount of time that into the future that that need is going to be, or that requirement is there. I think that's very important. Ensure that our distribution network, what are the needs for that? Also, again, I think it's very important that we allocate the investment and the cost to the right stakeholder, or the correct ratepayer, right? And if there's a risk, for example, after investment, I think we need, the utilities sometimes have to do that based on the future. But that doesn't mean that the current ratepayer, the current Hoosier, is going to be, should be taking the burden of that. That's what you call investment, right? When you invest in a business, you don't invest and allocate all that cost to the first customer you have. It would be impossible. The market would not allow something like that. So I think that's very important as as you or as we look at how to allocate the rates or approve the increase of rates. To me, is that's what I call with justice, and I appreciate by the way the clarification, because it gives me time for that. But I think that is the key. Who, like I said, and I wrote it down, who bears the risk, who is causing the cost, and who reviews the benefit. So,
Thank you.
Alfonso, there's a lot of stress now, more stress than I've ever seen. There's stress on the ratepayer. There's stress on the grid. There's stress on the utilities. There's stress on markets outside Indiana and looking at Indiana. This is almost, as a commissioner, you're really considered a judge, and fairness is the utmost. With that pressure, how do you envision yourself handling all that?
handling the pressure. I just wrote a book about resiliency, okay, and how the tough moments in your life build you up, right? If you have the right attitude. Like I said, I was kidnapped by Colombian guerrilla, and I can tell you that through the 11 days, one of the things that I wanted the most was to let my family know that I was okay. It was not about me being okay, although of course that plays into that. But when you fall into the day-to-day thing, I mean, that's not what comes to your mind, right? What comes to your mind is your family. That's who I wanted to be with, and all that. That really marked a different or a crossroad in my life. It was the before and after, very well defined, okay? And I've been trying to learn what God has been trying to teach me through the years. So it's based on the 5 virtues, okay, that is given to us. So one of the things, of course, is a very strong faith base that has your foundational, I call it foundational stability. Okay. Second, after that, of course, you have the rest of the virtues, but it has to do with love. It has to do with the love of the other, the wanting of the other to do better. So if I apply that, for example, in this case, it's going to give me the peace that I need to be able to withstand the criticism that's to come, right? But if I know that I'm being loving, and not loving just with a little big emoji heart, but loving towards the good of the other, I'm gonna feel good with myself. And then the other ones are following like that, and that builds resiliency. Is the comfort that whatever we're doing for the right reasons, and those right reasons, maybe it's the future, maybe it's right for the ratepayer, maybe it is a just adjustment or affordability. All these things have to be based on the peace and quiet, the peace and tranquility that we are making, and we're making the right decision.
So, we're facing a situation where we're already having more frequent severe storms.
Yeah.
The country, half the country or more, half the country is a tinderbox almost at this point. And so how do we best, in your mind, build resiliency into the electric system?
Okay. So you're probably aware that Venezuela just had 2 earthquakes back to back. And I will tell you that the buildings that collapsed faster and more rapidly were the ones that were built by the 30 years regime of Hugo Chavez, which had to do with a lot of socialism and corruption. Okay, and I say this because when we're looking at the construction of what the old regime had, with very stern structures. Okay, so when we are looking at the structures, we have to keep into account, that we have to allow and the ability for the utilities to build a reliable network of distribution. But at the same time, where is that when we compare it to the ratepayer and the affordability of the ratepayer. I think it's as simple as that. So I think we need to look at what is the years to come, how the network is going to get impacted by maybe lack of investment here and there. But also I think that, again, another story just popped in my mind, and my father is an electrical engineer, and he used to work for the utility company in Caracas. And he always said that every time utility companies had a problem, they just had to dig in the bag and ask for another rate increase, okay? This is the man that would work for the utility companies. Having said that, okay, that investment is real. That investment has to be considered, and we have to allow those utility companies to thrive within the justice. Again, I hate to say it again because I've said it so much, but the justice of the balance it with the ratepayer. I will tell you that the public decision, it has to be a much broader importance than all the other stakeholders. So I think that's, to me, that's when you balance the need for the technology, the bringing in the technology at the right time to be able to enjoy the technology that will drive us into the future. At the same time, the reliability that we need, to move forward. But at the same time, what are the ratepayers going to be needing to have again the rate that is going to allow us to the pursuit of happiness, like we said with our forefathers. So I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Alfonso, in the last few minutes here, can you tell us, is there anything that you want to talk about that we didn't bring up? We're out of questions, but I'll give you a few minutes if there's anything you want to discuss.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to go over my notes here, okay? I think I've been very grateful and I'm blessed by being in this country, and I think that for me, again, the ability and the opportunity to give back to the country that has given me so much, I think that's an opportunity. That's a blessing unto itself. So I think that's to me that's paramount. I think all the hardships that might come with a job like this are gonna have to be part of the outcomes or the expected outcomes that I have. My grandfather died when he was 33, and I'm sure that he suffered through the knowledge that he was going to die, and the knowledge that this young family that they had, what was going to happen to them. And like I always said, he didn't have to worry about, because then we have grandchildren, charming and humble like I am. So, so we discussed that before, right? So, but I think that's to me, it's just an amazing opportunity that we have, even being here, even being able to talk to you guys, and being considered for this position. So for me, it's all a blessing. And anything that comes out of this, it will be good.
Thank you very much. That concludes our interview. Mr. Fagan, welcome today. Thank you very much for coming. My name is Susie Jaworowski. The nominating committee very much appreciates your application, and we appreciate you being here for this interview. We'll ask questions, but I'd like to invite you to have a really open dialogue and for us to have a productive conversation today.
Thank you.
I'll kick it off with my first question is, talk about your reason and motivations for wanting to be a commissioner with the IURC, and what is it in your background or experience or personality that you think would lend well to that?
Thank you again for having me and giving me this opportunity to be here. I like a challenge. So when I ran for prosecutor in 2022, I didn't have a chance. I didn't have my opponent and predecessor. He had years, very skilled attorney, very bright, good Notre Dame grad, very good at criminal law. But the crime in Michigan City, as I had understood it, was up. And I saw that as a challenge. Can I actually do public officials, when you're a candidate, it's not always the best idea to make promises that you necessarily can't keep, especially when you're dealing with some things that are out of your control, but I like a challenge. So when I ran, one of the few promises I made was, I'm going to try to reduce crime in Michigan City. And lo and behold, I won the election very closely, and now that having made these promises, I had to fulfill on those. And it was a very hard challenge because, Michigan City has its own issues with traffic and where it is and population, all that. But I can say that despite some early hiccups within my administration, just trying to get on my feet, budget, that kind of thing, trying to learn the necessary things I needed coming into office, we reduced crime in Michigan City 17% in 2023. We reduced crime in 2024 7%. Last year, we reduced crime 4.4%. So against all odds and against a lot of people's expectations, I actually, with a lot of help, because I have a lot of good deputies, we built great relationships with law enforcement, open lines of dialogue, but with good people and good leadership and good relationships, if you set out for a hard task, you can do it. It took a lot of hard work. I'm not, I get a lot of credit because it's my name on everything, but I'm not, my ego is not that large to say, well, it's all me, me, me. No, I have a lot of great people who've been with the office for years, decades even, and because of all this hard work, together, we were able to accomplish something in Michigan City, not just in Michigan City, but for LaPorte County at large. Crime in the unincorporated parts, if you look at the sheriff's crime report, crime went down by double digits in different ways. Some categories went up, but most other categories overall went down. So the reason why I like this opportunity, there is a real opportunity here to do good work for the people of Indiana. So in looking at the composition of members on the URC, none of them are from the region. 1 out of 8 Hoosiers is serviced by NIPSCO, whether it's electric in the small portion of the region or on a larger scale with gas operations. I am a NIPSCO customer, and I think the URC needs a NIPSCO paying customer on the URC. And so the challenge, you've heard it, the commission has been very vocal about dealing with the concerns they're hearing from ratepayers regarding, high rates. You just had yesterday with the release of the report with 14, 15 different action items about how can we balance, the needs of utilities in order to keep them healthy and functional, but also addressing the concerns of ratepayers. Rates are too high. I mean, for me, according to the rate surveys, in between 24 and 25, the my NIPSCO bill went up 90% between 24 and 25. That's real. So it's not just people, angst and agitation of circumstances that are causing this. This is a very real problem, and I think think I can transition from something that I didn't have much experience in, where I achieve success, and move on to a new position where I can achieve with others, with a lot of great people, achieve success as well. So that's kind of the motivation as to why I'm interested.
Sean, the world of energy and the world of water, if you will, is under a lot of pressure today. You can see in this room, this is where the IURC, the commission members meet, and it's almost like a court of law. The Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission is an independent body, and they have lots of responsibilities, and it's just not rate cases. However, we have we have just a bounty of pressures that are on this commission, from affordability to the data center question to utilities and most importantly, the ratepayer. And that's why we're here today, is finding the individual who can be an outstanding member of the commissioner of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. The markets are watching Indiana. Are we open for business in regards to utilities and ratepayers? And should you be selected as a commissioner of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, how do you balance all the pressures and all the challenges to a very special group, that being the commission?
That's a good question. Thank you. In a lot of ways, speaking from as a public official, you're never going to make everybody happy. And you're going to have to make choices that will sometimes be against the desires and wishes of one in order to when you're criminal defendants. Sometimes when in criminal cases, we have to dismiss a case. I hate to dismiss a case, but if the evidence is not there, according to the high constitutional burden that we have to dismiss. Or if we take a certain route with a plea or a disposition of a case, we have to do that, because mainly because the evidence governs how, in the evidence in the Constitution, those two frameworks with which I work within, it governs how I have to address cases. Sometimes people are going to be happy, sometimes people are not, but you have to do what's in the best interest of your client. As an attorney speaking of this, my client is the state of Indiana. I have responsibilities of safeguarding victims, preserving and protecting so that I, as the state, do not encumbrance the constitutional rights of defendants. So I walk a very fine line, but in the meantime, I still have to represent my client. Now, with the URC, you have no client. You're an independent body that is neutral and fair to all, based on the evidence presented by utilities, the UC, or the utility counselor and other interveners and all such. So you got to kind of balance all that out. Are you going to make some of them happy? Yes. Are you going to make some of them very mad at you? Yes. But I think if you stay within the framework as governed by the General Assembly with the 5 pillars. The General Assembly gave us the 5 pillars, put that into statute, so that if you are faithful to your mission, which is the 5 pillars, you'll do what you want to do, which is be fair to all, make Indiana open for business, safeguard the concerns of ratepayers, while at the same time allowing utilities to prosper at a certain rate, and while also making sure that the power grid and utilities and water and all that, telecommunications, since it's all in there, that it's reliable. Because just if you permit, I'll give you an example. So we had a number of storms within the region in LaPorte County, where I'm from. We had 2 tornadoes within the span of about 2 or 3 weeks. And while, you know, my power went out overnight one day, the next day, you know, NIPSCO was out working there. They were doing the thing that they're supposed to do, which is provide power and restore it within, you know, relatively quickly, you know, based on, you know, we had a major storms. But if you know, a good philosophy is if you stick to what you're supposed to do, at the end of the day, you've done a good job. And for the commission is to do the 5 pillars. And if you do that, you're going to be good every single time. No matter if you're, you know, you got to balance those concerns, but for the URC, 5 pillars, good every time.
I want to ask about your SWOT analysis that you provided to us in the application. Very nicely done. And you mentioned in opportunities, the controversy over data centers, at least in Northwest Indiana, has sparked debate over energy production and consumption and the need for Indiana utilities to either produce more or transport through the RTOs. Tell me a little bit more about that as an opportunity.
Well, I think part of, you know, the commission's report yesterday kind of outlined some of that in their, I forget where exactly, opportunities for you know, future growth. But Indiana needs to produce more power. As we transition to more consumer products, things that use power, if you're not building and generating, you're going to have to find it from somewhere. So it's like any other resource. Unless you make more of it, there's only a certain amount. So as, you know, data centers are a double-edged sword. Where you either like them or you don't. But in a lot of ways, they're going to, I think it's, they're going to still be here. And so you still have to deal with that. And even in LaPorte County, you have over in St. Joe, just right across the border, you're going to have Amazon, you got Microsoft coming to LaPorte, you got Google over in Michigan City. They're already there. There may be more, there may be less in the future, but they're going to need power. And so however way you look at it, you're going to need to generate power. So by generating more power, we can hopefully, you know, by generating more power, create the infrastructure that's necessary to encourage more growth, more people moving to Indiana, because our population, you know, if you want your economy to grow, you got to have more people, more businesses, more industry coming to Indiana, and if you can't supply their power needs, it's not, you know, you're not going to see growth. So one way of doing that, generate more power within Indiana, so more of our power is local instead of, you know, straining the grid, as it were, getting it from other places, because it's nice to have more power in Indiana and growing it. More, who's your energy production?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask about affordability. We hear a lot about affordability, and that'll be something that the commission will have to manage. Do you feel that the commission could be stronger on lowering cost for consumers than they have been in the past?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it was brought, you know, out of LaPorte County back about 15, 16 years ago. There was a case from LaPorte County regarding NIPSCO where the evidence presented by interveners, NIPSCO and all that, the URC actually imposed a lower ROE on NIPSCO because they were not providing certain services, operational sorts of needs. So it's within the ability of the URC to use a tool to help the rate of growth for ratepayers. So I think if, you know, it's always based on the evidence. So if the evidence presented, you know, doesn't allow for it, you can't do that. Otherwise, the Supreme Court's not going to be happy with you. But if you have the tools available to, and it's within the framework that's given to you by statute, within the pillars, within the law, then if the evidence leads you to do it and it justifies it, then you should use the tools necessary to do that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
I have no questions for this individual.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. My question, I kind of alluded to this in a previous candidate. It appears that you're very passionate about this. I'm more focused on, and I'd like for you to explain from your past experiences what makes you qualified to be an IURC commissioner outside of holding a JD and being able to read Indiana code. What makes you qualified to do this job?
Whether I'm qualified is for this body to discern for itself, and whether if I'm a finalist, that's for the governor to decide. I can only speak, I can only speak for myself as to why I think I'm qualified, but, I think you need a diversity of experience. Just because, you're right, just because I have a law degree doesn't mean anything. One of the reasons why I think people voted for me in '22 was I had a different kind of experience than most people. My original career track, I'm second career attorney. So originally I was going to do pastoral ministry, academic study of religion. I've also been a welder. I've also been a longtime radio DJ, and I've done all sorts of things prior to actually going to law school at the age of 33. So, the chairman of the IURC, I was down at the fair, the 180th version of the LaPorte County Fair, the longest running fair in LaPorte, in Indiana. But, I was talking to a radio guy there, and he was saying, hey, you're going down on Thursday, yeah. And he was saying, oh, well, the chairman, he used to be a radio guy for Indiana Network News. I'm like, yeah, I'm aware of that. He's like, and so, I think having unique backgrounds gives you, at least for me as prosecutor and for this position, I think having a unique, different set of skill sets that no one else has, MBA, radio, welder, I used to be in a union, no one else can say that. Among Indiana, LaPorte County prosecutors, you don't really see that. I've worked a life, I've worked jobs, I've worked retail, all those different things. I've lived on my own for a long time before getting married. So I think having that different life experience, different skill set, will give me an ability to view things on the commission in a different way, in my own unique way among the five, in my own unique way amongst others. Yes, I'm an attorney. Yes, I have the MBA, but all those other life experiences, I may think of something other than someone else. And most importantly, you have no one from the region on the commission. The farthest commission member, I think, is from Huntington, so over by Fort Wayne. You need someone from Northwest Indiana who actually, to speak for that million-plus people, to advocate, or well, not to advocate, but to represent them and their voice, speaking, bringing their concerns and framework of mind, and that, to represent that area on the commission so that all of Indiana, not just Evansville, not just Northeast Indiana, not just Indy, but Northwest Indiana. And you need all those voices together, kind of judging the evidence to, okay, this is where we think, we think this is appropriate for rates or whichever industry you're discussing at the time. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
I wanted to hear your thoughts about performance-based rate making. That's something that was passed in the legislature this year, this session, and it'll be important as it comes through at the commission, and it will make a big difference in how Indiana deploys it as to what the fruits will be. So wanted to hear if you had any thoughts about that.
I think it's a little premature for me to speak about that, given that just yesterday you had the invitation from the commission to utilities and consumers and interveners on that question. So given that it's just in the initial stages of inviting that conversation, I like to hear everything before making anything. I don't think it's really appropriate at this time for me to speak about that, other than, because I don't know all the evidence that's going to be presented.
Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Is there anything that we didn't ask about that you wanted to discuss?
No, I just think that, you know, I've been very region-centric during my time here. I just think that, you know, the region is growing, and, you know, you have the Northwest Indiana Bears coming, and you have steel and all these things, and making sure that their interest, the constituents there are represented on this body is a primary concern, because there's a lot going on in Indiana. It's moving in the right direction, but you need all voices on the commission in order to make sure that it's, you know, that the decisions that are based out of Indy are applied equally across all of Indiana, not just the neglected Northwest Indiana. So that's about it for me, if that's all for you.
Thank you very much. That concludes our interview. Thanks for coming today. The committee will take a break and recess for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:15. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to reconvene our interview session today for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission's Nominating Committee. Our next interview candidate is Nathan KZ. Mr. KZ, welcome. I want to just instruct you to be sure that your green light is on your microphone and sit as close as you can because we want to make sure the audience at home can hear very well. First, the committee wants to thank you for your application and for coming in, seeing us today. This is a really important position. It's a heavy responsibility position, and I think we all take this process very seriously and hopefully with lots of respect. So I want to thank you for being here. We'll do a question and answer style, and then at the very end, I'll just ask you if there's anything that we didn't cover that you want to talk about. But to begin, I'll ask you, and I know you were here before and we've seen your application, but in your own words, tell us about why you want to be a commissioner, perhaps at this moment in time, and then what you think about you makes this the right fit.
Sure. You know, last year we had the protests in front of our local utility, and that prompted me to interview last time. I think things have improved slightly, but I think there's still a long way to go, which is why I came back. And I've been working in energy services industry for the last 16 years. Like I said last time, I think my work experience, my background, it fits well with the need for this role, the need for the ratepayers and for the utilities to, you know, move things in a better direction.
There's a lot of talk about affordability with utilities. There's not really one definition of that, but what would you describe affordability being when it comes to the role of the IURC in relation to the ratepayers?
Yeah, I think it's threefold because I think you have the ratepayers, which right now are feeling the brunt of everything that's going on. You have the utility side that, you know, needs to make money, but it is a regulated monopoly. So those are the two, you know, most things. And then you have the policy side from the state and the legislators that are, you know, bringing things both from the federal side and from the state that you have to manage. So it's a difficult avenue to meet all the 5 pillars.
Thank you. When you think about where we were as a state some 20 years ago or so, we were in the top lowest cost of electricity in the country. Number 4, I think, was as low as we got to, which was a great economic driver. Today, we're number 24. And this is not with a potential commissioner's hat on to ask this question. This is just as a citizen, someone who's interested and passionate about this topic. Do you have any suggestions, ideas for any pathways to affordability, ways we might get closer to under number 10 and lower in terms of affordability in the country?
Yeah, I think you have to get rid of the layers of markup that have gone across the state because we only generate 60% of our power. That means 40% of it's coming from other generation sources that are outside of the state. And there's layers of markup there that you have to deal with. And the utilities are dealing with it, I'm sure, as best as they can. But if we don't have the generation sources and the power's not coming internally, they've got to pay for it somewhere. And it's on an open market. It's going, you know, to our neighbors throughout the country on MISO and JPM. I mean, that's the nature of the beast. So we need to increase our generation capacity to eliminate those, and we need to watch how, again, our local utility put in a solar garden, and they got into a PPA, and that they don't own it. So they're buying the power from somebody else, and we're paying markup on that, and that's you've got to manage that and not allow those things to happen.
Mr. KZ, it's good to see you again. I recall our conversation in the fall. I think it's interesting. I think there's only been a few folks today that have mentioned the 5 pillars, and I think the 3 were a part of the process last time as well. But I want to focus on maybe if you could just take us through what makes you qualified for this position. I've asked the question a couple times in different ways. passion versus qualifications. I think everybody we've talked to today is very passionate. I think that passion is going to drive this position at the end of the day, but I also like to think that we're hiring somebody that's qualified. So maybe just go through your background again and tell me again why you're qualified.
Yeah, I think it's such a difficult question because everybody's coming from very different backgrounds. You know, my background is very mechanical, heating and cooling, but as I said, I've worked energy services for the last 16 years. I've run an elite team across a third of North America right now, and we manage projects across a large area. So I look at utility rates across multiple states. I advise our clients on how to save energy, how to reduce their costs, exactly what the state is trying to do for our ratepayers. So that's why I think I'm well suited for this role. I'm going to have different ideas than anyone else that you've talked to because of my background and experience. So we've got to tackle things differently. We can't continue down a path that we've been and allow the regulation from other states and from the federal government to dictate kind of how we do it here in Indiana if we want to be successful. And, you know, the thing, we have a lot of attorneys, and attorneys are great. They can interpret the law and do those things, but nothing ruins a good deal quicker than a good attorney. So you've got to manage that. You need some diversity, and that's why I think I'm different than anyone else with my experience and my background.
So I'm going to follow up on that. You know, when we did this, you know, at the end of 2025, I think there was a big push to get individuals that could kind of come in and make an immediate impact or could do the job kind of on day one. We talked about it quite a bit. So talk through that with me. While that's still important to, I think, most of us, all of us, I think there's a little bit more of a cushion than there was in January. So talk through getting in this role. What does that look like? How long does it take you to get kind of acclimated? And when do you think you can really make some impact here?
Yeah, it seems like things are moving rapidly, so as quickly as we can make it happen, I would be looking to do that. You know, it's a lot of reading, a lot of understanding, getting to know the staff, understanding where things are. I've done my best to watch the information sessions, the inquiry and the listening sessions, and kind of stay up to date on what's going on. So I don't think it's that big of a leap for me personally to get active in the role rapidly. But it's still going to be a challenge. I mean, there's just a volume of data that you're going to have to get through, understand, and get up to speed quickly. And it's just the nature of the beast. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting term, nature of the beast. Right now, the IURC is being challenged. We have utilities are under pressure. Most importantly, consumers are under pressure. We have data centers, we have nuclear power, we have natural gas, we have electricity, we have coal, we have renewables. All these are viable factors that go into being a commissioner. And you just look at this room, it's really a courtroom. And you have to be qualified to be balanced and fair. With all these challenges, put yourself in the shoes of a member of the commission, a commissioner, and not your first day, but what's your vision for your term? How will you go about the intense reading, the intense listening, the intense awareness of the world, and keeping the consumer, the ratepayer, obviously number one?
Yeah, I think that goes to exactly where I work every day right now in advising our customers and our clients on how to move things forward, because they're trying to get to that goal too, just as the company I work for. Everybody has a net zero goal, which is kind of unattainable. And you have to keep all that into perspective as the judge here. You know, what is the goal? That's not set by the regulators, that's set by the legislature. So you got to be mindful of all that, but you need all the generation sources. You can't ignore any of them. The thought, again, that we talked about last time, that somebody was going to shut down a coal plant right now when we undergenerate already is just absurd. And so you got to change the way that you think about it from a regulatory perspective. We need to put other things in place. I talk about conservation because that's what I'm passionate about. We've got to eliminate as much load as possible. We have to put things in place to allow the ratepayers to make those investments in their own property, in their own, infrastructure themselves, so that they can, negate the costs, because the costs are going to go up. They just are. It's again, the nature of the beast. The costs are rising. They're rising rapidly, faster than incomes, and that's the problem right now. It's more of an economic problem than it is an energy problem, because the energy's out there. It's just the cost of it is too high for what people are willing to pay right now. And that's what you got to balance. But we've got to invest capital. We got to get these utilities to invest capital and make it better and improve it.
On follow-up, to your answer, even if the utility itself says that coal plant is too uneconomic to continue, I mean, we've had that instance in not just the past month. How do you justify that?
Yeah, I mean, it's their asset, right? They own the plant, they're operating it. They're in the business to make money, so they need to evaluate that. They need to advise, and you've got to weigh all that in. We're operating a lot of old technology, and it is outdated, and we've not, the utilities themselves have not done a good job investing in their own infrastructure. That's part of the regulation that needs to happen from the IURC. Like, we need to be putting pressure on them to reinvest into their infrastructure. That's the resiliency that's required.
Thank you.
So follow up to that, when you talk about reinvesting, are you talking about reinvesting from their own shareholder dollars, or from their own reserves, or from rate-based income?
I think the short answer is yes. They have to manage their own money. That's their job. But part of their built-in rate ought to be to maintain and to upgrade their facilities, just as a homeowner does. I mean, it's no different. I just put a roof on my house. Like, you have to do that as an owner of an asset. You got to maintain. You got to change the oil in your car. So it's not an unrealistic ask of a utility to maintain their facilities. And if they're letting them, degrade, that's really not a ratepayer issue. That's a utility issue.
Would it not be a ratepayer issue, though? Because a stranded asset is then whose problem?
I think it's your point of view on how you look at it, but you got to build it into the rate. And I think that's got to be part of your rate case when they should be putting dollar values to it. And I think that's some of the confusion around people's utility bills, because I have a line, I can't tell on my bill exactly what I pay for, because it says variable rate charges, and it's a fuzzy math number. What's the magic behind all that? And they're the ones holding that.
I'd argue that's by design, but that's another conversation.
It's been allowed to happen, though.
Yeah, 100%. So you would support detailed billing then, I'm assuming?
They should. If you want to be transparent and you want to let people know what they're paying for and you want to get rid of it, there's got to be clarity there.
Helpful. Thank you.
So I have a question about data centers. There's lots of data center conversations happening. They're sweeping the country. What do you think are the opportunities and perhaps threats in terms of data centers on our energy landscape?
Well, the threat is the volume of power that they consume because of how densely utilized they are on electricity and to water to some extent. We do a lot of work with data centers where I work now, so I'm not unfamiliar with their obstacles, but they're going up too rapidly, in my opinion. They're not designed well. They're going to have all kinds of operational issues after they get online. So this is going to be a long-term problem that is a short-term problem now, but it's going to end up being worse as it moves forward. But it's a necessary evil. We need the infrastructure. They need to grow these server farms out so that there is the space to do what people want with the AI, their cell phones, the storage of photos, and all that business. But the generation's still got to get there, and we're behind already. So we're in a much worse place than other states are around us because they have the generating capacity to absorb it, and we have to buy it, which hurts the ratepayers more because that markup's there. They got to buy more power. They got to import it. So it's a real issue. I think we treat them as any other business, and we've got, you know, we should want some of that to come to Indiana, but we've got to be careful on how we approach it.
Thank you. One of the questions we have here is about making decisions as a commissioner. How do you think commissioners should determine if requests to build new generation are reasonable? How would you make that kind of a determination? Where would you look for information?
Yeah, I think you got to look in a lot of different areas, and you've got to look at it from a long-term perspective. And I think we talked about this last time as well about the way that these get financed has got to get. You got to look at life cycle costs. You can't look at a 3 or 5 year payback, which is the way a lot of companies want to handle a generating facility. So you got to look at it differently. Again, we need the generation, so it's not like you can't bring it on, but you've got to be careful in how you apply it. You got to look at alternating finance options besides, you know, what they want to do straight up. But we should be welcoming the generation as much as possible, and you know, evaluating that over a long term, because we have old facilities that do need to get phased out. But you can't go right to the renewables off of the bat. You've got to have a broad. You need some nuclear. You need some coal in the short term. You need the natural gas. There's ways to do it, but we've got to be wise about it. And I think you got to change some rates around for the homeowners that want to, the homes are the easiest to negate with solar and renewables. If they get a battery and they put panels on their house, those are the easiest to get rid of load. So we should make that more friendly for a homeowner to get rid of their bill if they want to make the investment. But right now it's not. There's a lot of red tape with the utilities. Becoming a residential generation source is kind of a joke, in my opinion. Like, it's really hard. It costs a lot of money. There's ways that we could ease that up and get direct results to homeowners.
Thank you.
Yes, in terms of those distributed energy resources, I mean, you've worked in a number of states. Where does Indiana compare to some of the states you've worked in enabling, you know, broad distributed solar deployment, storage, demand response, efficiency? Where does Indiana stack up?
We talked about this last time. We're way behind. Our commercial building codes from 2007. It's and again, responsible businesses should not be building buildings. So that kind of goes back to the data center. Like, if you're building the data center and you're building it to a 2007 code, you're miles behind where they're going to be in other states. So we still have to upgrade that. I know we've upgraded our residential building code, but the commercial building code has not been updated, and it needs to be rapidly. And some of the stuff, honestly, in the new code is nonsense, and we should eliminate that. And we need to take the good parts out of it and implement that, and let the rest of it kind of go to the wayside, because some of it is just it's cost inhibitive, and operators of facilities hate it. And those are things we need to get rid of. We need to make our facilities work better, but you're never going to eliminate load if you don't improve, and we can't keep living like we're in 2007, because we're not. That was a long time ago.
And what kind of, in terms of, I assume you may be familiar with state policies in other states that assist ratepayers, that support more of a build out of the distributed system. What should Indiana be doing to enable all this to happen?
Yeah, it comes back to what your policy is and what you want it to be. You know, where I live, people are putting solar on like crazy, but we don't have a net metering rate. So they're, in my opinion, I haven't put it on my house because I don't feel like I'm treated fairly as a homeowner, because it's not a net rate. Like, the utility gets more advantage of me having solar than I do as the person that has it on my house. So I haven't done it personally, but we don't have an electric vehicle rate either. So like you look at different things, if your goal is to get to electrification, we're miles behind everyone else, and we're living in the Stone Age kind of, which is a problem. When we talk about being the front, wanting business to come here, we're not there. If that's what you're asking, we've got to make improvements. We need a healthy conservation program. You know, Wisconsin has one, Michigan's is decent. You know, but you can't regulate it to the point like New York where we're just outlawing natural gas because you don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the infrastructure. When you put all that electric heat on, whether it's heat pumps or of resistance heat, they don't have it. So you've got to be careful how you move it forward. But I'm more of a fan of the carrot than the stick. New York is using the stick, and they want to penalize people for it, but they don't have the infrastructure either. So I think you dangle the carrot, you get the conservation in place to get, beef up the rebates. We should probably mandate the utilities to be, reducing their load and proving that as real savings. Like, we shouldn't be just throwing rebate money out for, phantom things, which kind of way it seems like to me the state operates right now, because nobody's really watching that. But you've got to take those real savings and you got to get that off of the grid so you can bring these new, the new things on.
Thank you.
Yep.
In your business background, I know you had your own business for about 5 years, it showed here. Talk about whether with your own business or other experiences that you've had that are financial management, financial in terms of operations and decisions because that's a lot of what you're double checking on with the rate cases that come through.
Yeah, we're running about $10 million worth of projects across 4 different states right now. Yeah, I'm one of the responsible parties of maintaining the project budget, ordering equipment, managing labor, all those things, make sure that our company makes money. It's just part of it. You got to balance a checkbook, the ins and the outs, that's all part of the financial piece. But I think here you've really got to drive to a life cycle cost on the assets and the generation, where the utilities are coming from with their costs. And the markup, I think, is really what's killing our state right now.
Thank you. Another question I had, I see you have a Master's of Science in Energy Management. Tell me what that program was all about. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I didn't want to do the MBA like everybody else does, so I was looking for a different program. A lot of the people that come out of the program move into land management and mineral rights and things of that nature. But it's a broad program. You learn about FERC and going across state lines with different utilities. The mineral rights contracts are quite a bit of it. The ethics part of the energy business, that was one of the classes that I really enjoyed. And then negotiating, those are probably my favorite classes that we did in there. We had a federal judge from Oklahoma that taught our course, and it was a great experience. Learning all the things that I don't deal with on a regular basis, but that's what I was looking for when I went to do the master's program.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? These are all the questions that the committee has, but in those last few minutes, is there anything that we didn't ask you about that you'd like to discuss?
We've talked about a lot in a short time. I'm happy to speak with you again. I appreciate you bringing me back. I look forward to the opportunity to continue conversations, and hope that we can find a way to help the situation and make things better.
Well, very much. Really appreciate your time today. The committee will take a short break. We'll reconvene with our next interview at 2:15.
Great. Can you hear me? Not that well? My family tells me I speak very softly, so I'll try to speak up today. Great. Sure. I will try to speak loudly. Madam Secretary, members of the committee. Yes, ma'am. Great. My apologies.
Good afternoon. We're reconvening. This is the nominating committee for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. Our next interview is Mr. Joby Jarrells. Mr. Jarrells, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Secretary, members of the nominating committee, thank you for your time today. It's an honor to be here. I appreciate your sincere consideration. I think it's important you know a little bit about me personally so that you can understand some of my character and what type of commissioner I might be if I'm appointed. I was born and raised in southern Indiana, where I've lived most of my life. I'm the youngest of 5 children, and we grew up very poor. Neither of my parents graduated from high school, and oddly, utilities and energy policy have had an impact on me since childhood. I used an outhouse until I was 5 years old, and we had no indoor plumbing facilities, no running water. And so I bathed in a metal tub. We heated water on a wood stove in metal pots, and that was our way of life. And when my parents were finally able to establish city water, as we called it, about 4 years after that, they established telephone service, which was the old party line. And let me reassure you, I would not support bringing back the party line if that ever came back. But the latter 1970s really hit my family pretty hard. Double-digit inflation, double-digit unemployment rates, and double-digit interest rates. In Indiana, we also had a coal crisis in 1978, and I specifically, as a child, remember Governor Bowen addressing Hoosiers in a televised address, calling on the state police and the National Guard to protect coal shipments moving across the state. I recall a time when our propane tank was down below 1%, and I had to stay with friends. So when we talk about the concept of affordability, it's something I've lived since childhood. But I've fortunately been able to overcome that throughout my career, and I'll talk a little bit about the position I have now. I entertain your questions on any of that, of course. But I've been a public servant throughout most of my career. My current position, I lead a team of 9 attorneys and 2 support staff. I'm the chief counsel of the advisory division and the ethics counsel for Attorney General Todd Rokita. I would describe our workload really as like Commissioner Zay, went through the graduate program at SPIA and earned my master's in public affairs. I concentrated on a lot of tax and policy. That's okay, thank you. As general counsel for the Indiana Gaming Commission, I did.
Sir, let me just, we did experience a slight technical difficulty for just a moment, so we'll ask Mr. Jarrells to start from where he left off. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As general counsel for the Indiana Gaming Commission, I did have occasion on a couple of times to testify before legislative committees. I believe, Senator Merritt, I may have testified before one of those when you were serving. Throughout my career, though, I've worked hand in hand with technical staff, mathematicians, statisticians, accountants, and professionals. So I'm used to working with data. I like to get in the weeds on issues and understand problems from the ground up. And I appreciated what Chairman Swinger said in his interview a few months ago. He said that the commission needs a diversity of viewpoints. And the viewpoint that I would bring to the commission is the regulator's viewpoint. I would also see myself as a change agent who would seek to reimagine how the commission can work to support the governor's energy policies within the legislative framework established by the General Assembly. I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much for that introduction. This I think you covered part of this, but I do want to ask directly because I've asked everybody else. Tell us about your motivation at this point in time. I can hear your legacy motivation, but at this point in time, what motivates you to want to be a commissioner?
Honestly, the commission, I believe, is at a crossroads. I think that's evident in the fact that you've had 4 vacancies in a very short order. So I think that's indicative that there is something here that we need to really change how we've done business and how we do business in the future. So that, in part, is what is motivating me. And I think that, you know, seeing all of the outcry from Hoosiers about affordability and about rates really is a problem that needs to be solved. I'm a problem solver. In my career, I've gone where there have been problems to solve, and I certainly enjoy challenges. Yes, ma'am.
It's so curious to me, the names on your, listed throughout your resume, because it's not every day you see, you know, Carl Lesker. I mean, that's a legendary name in Indiana utility history. Appointed by Governor Orr, I think, originally. But tell me about so growing up in Monroe County, dirt floors, I'm assuming, and all. I hear you. I didn't grow up too far from you. So curious how that continues to align your trajectory now with this crossroads in affordability too. Obviously, the conversation that Commissioner Olesker inspired regarding Marble Hill specifically. What was your history with that, and how do you see that, or any similarities you see with today, and how we can take affordability to a new space in these new crossroads?
Great question. I think my background is what has led me here. But studying under Professor Olesker was an awesome opportunity. He was routinely loved by the students. He won, I believe, 2 or 3 different times teaching awards. So I have been very fortunate in my career to work with some great people. I've served 3 attorneys general. I've worked under 2 different governors. I've worked in the office of the Vice President of the United States. I've worked with a Nobel Prize-winning economist. That's not me, that's them. But I've been fortunate to be associated with them and learn from them, and that's really what has inspired my career throughout the years. With respect to Marble Hill, I think there are a lot of lessons that Indiana learned with that. I looked at it from a cost perspective. So we wasted, I'll just say wasted, about $3 billion on Marble Hill alone in 1989 dollars. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $8 billion today. If we had that $8 billion today, we could have invested that into SMRs, small modular reactors, and that would have funded several of those. I know there are a lot of issues, and I think opportunities for the commission to regulate in that space and to continue exploring that. But when we talk about nuclear, we have to look at what our mix of energy sources are in the state. We're still 40% coal. I mean, that coal is king in Indiana. Second is natural gas. So I think we have gotten on the bandwagon too quickly, maybe, of shuttering some of the coal plants. And we've not really had a long-term plan to replace that source of energy. Don't get me wrong, I love wind, I love solar, but they're simply not sufficient enough to replace 40% of our energy mix.
On follow-up, you bring up the coal retirements. Obviously, you've had some utilities themselves acknowledge that these coal plants are uneconomic.
Yes.
And you've had political beings, elected officials weigh in on these Section 202 conversations with national conversations happening. So how do you juxtapose all of that sitting in that role up there?
Great question. I think, you know, we have to look at coal not only nationally, but internationally. I mean, internationally, China has over 1,200 coal plants that are belching out particulate matter every day. India is about to catch up with the United States and its coal plants as well, and they operate under different environmental constraints. And I see that as a national policy issue that our national leaders need to engage so that we're all on a level playing field. So we, in my view, we still have to have coal. It has to be in the mix, and we have to figure out a way to make it cheaper, to make it cleaner, and make it more efficient.
Joby, there's a lot of conversation about data centers, and I'm wondering if you have a perspective on how data centers can impact our energy landscape here in the state of Indiana.
Great question. Data centers, I think, are obviously here to stay. They're very energy intensive in terms of consumption, and also water intensive. So you have a double problem. You've got water resources, you've got energy resources. I'm encouraged by the SMR use in data centers. I think that offers a lot of promise. And then I know there are issues about, well, is it behind the meter or is it in front of the meter? You know, and I think that's where IURC can come in to help regulate in that space. But data centers are here to stay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for applying. We appreciate it. We need good people in government, including the commission. The commission, ever since I've been around, has been an independent body, almost like a court-like presence. And I'm really impressed with your security clearances and how you've worked on serious issues. You have had serious work and experiences.
Thank you.
Right now, what's facing Indiana is serious.
Absolutely.
In the way of consumer, ratepayer stress, utility stress, data centers, as the Secretary said. And there are a lot of issues, and you got to include water. You got to include gas, natural gas, electricity, nuclear power, the renewables. It's just a real confluence of situations and challenges. They're hitting Indiana all at the same time, and we're kind of in a transition. What is your vision? Kind of imagine yourself as a commissioner now, and what your vision is for the future on how you handle those first 20 cases, and with all these factors kind of kidney punching you, just hitting you from every angle.
I believe that the commission is probably the most complicated work in the state of Indiana because of the issues that you have to balance the needs of consumers, but you also have to balance the need for utilities to make some profit to be sustainable. Without that balance, the system just simply does not work. I'm a person that gets in the weeds. I like the data. I'm someone who will read every single page of a record. I love that challenge. I recall one of my supervisors came to me with two really high-profile, difficult criminal cases, and they were boxes of records, and said, we want you to work one of these, pick one of these. I said, okay, let me think about it over the weekend. I came back and I said, I'll take them both. And so I'm not afraid of hard work, and that's how I've gotten where I've been in my career. So I would immerse myself in cases as they came before me, and I realized you have to keep cases moving. So first and foremost, you have to continue the work of the business, but you also have to think strategically as well. And I understand that the commission is not a policy-making body, but I think we can certainly influence that policy work as well, which, testifying before legislative committees was helpful, but, having Commissioner Daig and Commissioner Zay on the commission's great. That's part of that diversity of viewpoints that I think Commissioner Swinger was talking about. So,
sir. I'm interested to hear about your experiences. You mentioned working with a Nobel Prize-winning economist, and a lot of what we see the commission do is really getting in the weeds, just as you said you like to do, about the financial viability and as well as options. Talk about how you might take your experiences from that perspective, financial and operational, to sit at this bench.
sure. You know, I don't have an MBA, but I certainly understand audit reports. I've worked a lot with financial analysts. When I worked for the Army, I worked for the Financial Management Command, and we managed the Army's banking program. So that was one of the things that I advised the Army banking officer on. Our organization there was charged with getting the Army auditable. That was the main function that we did, so I'm very comfortable reviewing financial records. I've also worked several cases that have involved financial fraud, forensic accounting issues, so I'm comfortable with that as well.
Kind of a follow-up to that. In rate cases or developing new generation, part of what the commissioners will do is evaluate the opportunity that the utility brings before them. And in my opinion, I'd like to see the commission be able to be collaborative and talk about options for utilities with them as well. And I think really what's driving that is our transitional time right now in the utility space and the energy space. Speed to electrons is crucial for development right now. And we want to make sure that this body is nimble and moves quickly, but with prudence at the same time. And those things don't always go together. And so given that environment, can you talk about how you might lead here?
Absolutely, and thank you for that clarifying question, because in my career, I've always been one to inform leaders in a decision memo and say, you know, I've been on that side advising, I realized this side I would be deciding. But as a decider, I think there are also options you can present. For example, if a rate case comes before you and it has, here's what we want, well, what happens if we don't give you what you want, but we give you something less than that? Or what happens if we give you nothing? What will that do to your business? Those are the questions that I would be asking, that I would want to know, so that we could give different courses of action or scenarios, or have the commission be able to decide. Maybe it's not an all approach, maybe it's not a nothing approach, maybe there's some other course of action in the middle that gets us to where we want, that continues to support those 5 pillars.
Thank you very much.
I know you said earlier just now that you know the IURC is not a policymaking body. Obviously, there's a role that the IURC is taking in its investigatory dockets that is announced yesterday. Have you read the affordability report that came out yesterday?
Yes, and I have to say I'm a little disappointed, because one of the things that the IURC is going to do, I was going to recommend that we do.
Okay. A lot of people are taking credit for that stuff. I'm curious, elaborate on that. Talk a little bit more.
I love the idea of regional hearings. I think that is a phenomenal thing to do, because it really gets out in the field. It gets consumers coming to the commission and say, this is why I can't afford a rate increase. So when I read that yesterday, I thought that was right on, spot on. Something that I didn't see that I would like to see is perhaps having utilities talk about some of the austerity measures that they've taken, if any. You know, what are you doing to save money? How can you, restructure your business so that you're saving money? So what austerity measures have they been taking? I think would be a good thing. I apologize, I didn't mean to hijack your question.
Not at all. No, please, this is safe space. So one more question, I'll follow up if I might. To that point, obviously, there is no public hearing required of some of these dockets.
Yeah.
Only a rate case requires a public hearing. So would you use that role in any way to inspire more public dialogue in some of these larger, like TDISC or tracker cases, or what do you feel the role of the IURC should be in that?
I do like that role, and I also think you can use the rulemaking process. Affordability is a large question. What does it mean? It's not statutorily defined, and I know that was a question that you had asked in previous interviews. I didn't listen to any of the interviews today, but I did review the ones from a few months ago. But why not, you know, the commission has rulemaking authority. Why not promulgate a rule or propose a rule? Don't necessarily have to promulgate it, but propose a rule that addresses what affordability means. You can hold hearings, you can take public comments, you get the input of consumers directly, you get the input also of the utilities.
I think some at the IURC would probably argue that's what they attempted or began to do during the you know, the public the meetings they had during the spring, and as a result, this report from yesterday. So obviously, there's a lot of guardrails we have to operate within to provide these affordable rates, right? You've got a ton of statute that's been implemented in the past decade that really sets you at a disadvantage to put affordability in the first on the first task you're going to attempt to do here.
Yes.
So tell me how you plan to jostle all that. I mean, it's a lot to weigh, and not one pillar comes before another. You know, they have to be weighed concurrently. How do you approach that?
I think you're absolutely right. Utility regulation is probably one of the more complicated sets of laws and regulations in the state. That balancing act, as I said earlier, it's difficult. But I think you do that through the rate cases. You ask a lot of probing questions as a commissioner. You rely on your staff to prep you up for those questions. And I think that you know, there is a lot that can still be done. I would want to do with staff, working in conjunction with staff, perhaps a review of what our current authorities are and where we might need to enhance those or supplement those, and work with the governor's office to do that. I will say just a note about the commission's authority. One of the things that I do, because we do advise so many different boards and commissions, the first thing I do is look at the authority and the duties of the commission. And there is rulemaking authority within the statute, but the way the statute is written, it says under this chapter. I would love to see the legislature change that so that it says under this article. Otherwise, you have to make an argument that it relates back to Chapter 1. It would be so much easier just to say under this article.
No comment. Thank you.
So one of the questions we had in the interview application, in the candidate's application, is about kind of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of the energy landscape.
Yes.
What do you think is, can you talk about the IURC specifically and what might be some opportunities or threats that you see for the commission?
Opportunities or threats, I think, you know, we have a lot of opportunities, I think, are before the commission, and certainly in the nuclear space, there are opportunities there. So I think that's a great thing. That's exciting to me because, you know, it changes the landscape, and it gets us more at a better mix of sources of energy. It reinvigorates the commission. I think anytime you have change, there's opportunity, right? And we're just at that crossroads where we have tons of opportunity. Threats, I do think aging grid, that's always a threat. I think I mentioned in one of my responses the, you know, lead and water pipes. I mean, we're still dealing with these ancient issues that, you know, why are we still dealing with those? Can we encourage, you know, can we work with the federal government? Are there grants that are available that we can assist, you know, utilities in solving some of these problems? So I would like to see us partner more with the federal government, partner with industry. I think those are all very good opportunities for the commission.
Thank you. Leslie?
On your SWOT going to your SWOT analysis, you see CCS as an opportunity. Why?
And I know in the state that's CCS is something that's done by DNR. I've reviewed that rule, but I think carbon storage, it's controversial without a doubt. I think that they're still in the promulgation process for their rules. But I think it's something that we need to figure, since we have so much fossil fuel that we use, we should also figure out how to deal with the after effects.
On follow-up, how do you see that technology, which has been commercially yet to be proved, as a possibility?
One of the things that I would support is some type of fellowship program that the IURC could pursue to engage PhD students coming out of PhD programs, a postdoctoral fellowship program, so that they can maybe have one position or two positions that can help research and guide the commission on complex issues like that. I think not only with something like CCS, but also with data analysis, with nuclear energy. I think a postdoctoral fellowship that's highly sought after and that it works in an integral way with the commission would be a great thing for the state.
Assuming the commission has broader authority, the type you described, what sort of regulations do you think the IURC should pursue at this stage, if you had the authority?
I believe that, in my view, regulation should only be promulgated if it's needed. So if there's not a need for a regulation, there's no need to simply promulgate one. I think some agencies over the years have written regulations that mirror statutes, and that's clearly not something that you should do, but if regulation is needed, then it should be pursued and promulgated only after following the process. Yeah.
What would they be? What sort of things would you pursue specifically?
At this point, I don't have any that I would propose. I do think as we move more down SMRs, the small modular reactors, I think that is going to be an area that we may need to consider regulation there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joby, I'd like to give you the last few minutes here if there's anything we didn't ask you about or that you didn't cover that you'd like to discuss.
No, I think the questions have been thorough. I appreciate that. And let me say in closing, thank you for your service here. I know you've been through a lot of work the last few months, and this is your 4th vacancy, so I appreciate that. I'll just close and say utility regulation in Indiana is at a crossroads. Moving forward with business as usual is simply no longer an option. The Commission needs to embrace change and emerging technologies so that the 5 pillars continue to support consumers and utilities and not crumble down beside them. Now more than ever, the Commission needs stability. As someone who understands Indiana government top to bottom, inside and out, I offer that stability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. We have 15-minute break, and then we'll have our next interview candidate start at 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. It's 3 o'clock. We're going to get started with our next interview. We have Mr. Josh Bain here. Josh, thank you for coming. We really appreciate having you here today. You had applied for this position last fall. It was very impressive, and really appreciate that you've applied again. We'll ask a series of questions and start a dialogue here. Let's just have a productive conversation, okay?
Yeah, sounds good. I appreciate it.
Thank you. So first question is, tell us about your motivation for applying. We heard you talk about that last fall, but in the energy space, things have been moving extremely quickly. So at this point in time, what's making you come back, apply for this position, and give us some of the highlights of why you think you're qualified here?
Yeah, well, appreciate it, and it certainly is an honor to be back before you all. I believe I come back right now a much better candidate than I was last year. You know, it's never something that I really envisioned myself applying for, but last year, you know, there were some people I really admire and respect that reached out to me and said, Josh, you work in the energy space, you know, you work in elected office, this is something you should consider doing. The more I researched the position, you know, I like to say exposure breeds the burden, so the more I learned about it, the more I felt like I could make an impact. And obviously it didn't go the way that I wanted it to last time, but when the opportunity came available a few weeks ago when there was another vacancy, I had those same people and even more reach out and say, Josh, this is your opportunity, you should do it again. So if at first you don't succeed, at least try again. So come back again, maybe just give a brief history about myself again. I live on the southwest side of Indianapolis. I'm a 6th generation resident of Canby, Indiana. My 5th-time great-grandfather was actually the founder of Canby, Indiana. And I have 2 little girls that are now the 7th generation, which is the longest lineage we have on the southwest side of Indianapolis, so something that we're very proud about. I was always the young high school student, college student, showing up at all the civic events, volunteering on campaigns, which then ended up leading me to do several internships throughout college, which ultimately led me to working at the General Assembly for my first job out of college as a legislative assistant, and I feel like you really get a crash course of government serving as a legislative assistant. I worked for many legislators across the state of Indiana, so while I am from central Indiana, I do believe I have a very firm understanding of what goes through the minds, the hearts of societies across the state, not just central Indiana. And that ended up leading me to run for a vacancy on the city county council. So I've been serving an elected office representing the southwest side for roughly 6-ish years now, going on 6.5 years. And I've always viewed it as a ministry for myself and my family. But fast forward a couple years after serving as a legislative assistant, the opportunity came available for me to join an energy nonprofit, the Center for Energy Education, where I worked with local communities across the state and the region. I started as the Indiana director and then became the Midwest director. So we really looked at helping local governments, local communities understand big utility scale and energy projects. You know, there's a lot of misinformation out there, a lot of fear. So it was kind of my job to go into those communities, make sure their elected leaders, make sure their chambers of commerce, their communities knew what exactly was looking to locate into their community, kind of maybe dispel some myths. But what I loved about that is I was not in an advocacy role, I was in an education role. So you would never see me in front of a plan commission saying, this project's right for you, you should do it. It's more, let's make sure everybody knows what they're saying no to before they actually say no. I think there's a lot of relevance to that mindset when it comes to some other topics that we face here. But throughout the application process last year, I got to know some really bright and interesting people here in state government. One of those was the commissioner at IDEM. So for the past roughly 6 months, I've worked as the executive director of legislative and intergovernmental affairs at IDEM, where I am a member of our senior leadership team. I work with executive staff on legislative strategy, policy priorities, making sure we're implementing the governor's agenda through our own agency. I think probably the biggest thing that I'm proud of over the past 6 months has been getting Senate Enrolled Act 277 across the finish line. I'd love to touch on that at some point here in this interview because I think there's a lot of relevance there. But really appreciate the opportunity to be here and the dialogue and answering any questions.
Josh, thank you for applying again. I've said this a lot in the interviews today, but the world's under stress. consumers, ratepayers are under stress, utilities under stress, the grid is under stress. You've got all sorts of sources of power that are out there. And so imagine yourself as almost like a judge, being a member of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And what is your vision for all those parties, for all those factors that are playing a role in today's society that a member has to pay attention to?
Yeah, well, I absolutely agree with you that it seems like everywhere is under stress. You know, when I think of what the vision is of a utility commissioner, I certainly believe it's basically a quasi-judge. I mean, we're in a courtroom right now. So it's about, for me, rebalancing the 5 pillars. And I think that's set in statute for a reason. It's what everyone came to and agreed to. And whenever one of those pillars is out of balance, I think that's when you see a lot of stress. I also think it's very important that the commission moves at the speed of business, because I don't think anything fixes kind of the current situations, the current problems that we're facing, like growth, economic growth, load growth, growth when it comes to the amount of energy generation projects that we see. Affordability is obviously a top of mind for everyone. When we think of affordability, I want us to think more than just rate cases. Certainly rate cases are a very large part of that, but I've always said whenever working on the city county council, whenever we're talking about affordability, usually it's like housing affordability. I'm the one over in the corner saying, well, the reason it's unaffordable is because wages aren't growing in our city the way we want them to. We fix that, we fix our economic development. Affordability comes alongside that. So I view energy generation and us getting more energy on the grid not only to affect the supply and demand for ratepayers, but also when it comes to the economic growth that we need to see. Fortunately, we're one of, 11, 12 states, I think, in the country that's growing right now. So we've been very blessed, especially when you compare us to our neighbors. But I view energy growth not only as important when it comes to the supply and demand for ratepayers, but also for the economic growth that follows that.
What do you see the role of DERs in the conversation about affordability and the ramifications of, well, the parameters we all have to stay in because of legislative guidelines governing?
Yeah, so there's a lot within, there's a lot within Title VIII. I think only there's a couple articles that actually deal with the commission and what relates to it, but when we look at Senate Enrolled Act 277, which was the agency bill that I helped get across the finish line this year, it was a complete overhaul of Title 13, and a portion of that was us going through and looking at all of the shall statements within Title 13. Roughly 80% of them we went through and they're like, these are good, they should stay here. And if you just go through Title VIII, and there's over 6,000 shall statements within Title VIII in and of itself, but if you look at what's actually pertinent to the commission, it seems that there's over 1,600 shall statements, and there's almost 300 must statements that every single one of those creates some sort of legal liability. Maybe it's a one-time grant of authority from 30 years ago that the commission has already implemented, but I think it'd be very important if we go through Title VIII, take that same mindset. Now there's some shall statements, obviously they're very important when it comes to like ethical standards that we expect the commissioners to uphold and commission staff to uphold that I would never want to go in and change, but every single shall statement is a legal liability at some point, and I think it's important for the commission to be modern, be quick, be able to adapt and be nimble, and every shall statement that's there can at some point go back and could hinder you and slow down that process.
On follow-up, so is it fair to say then that you believe the statute is now limiting the IURC from choices it could make to perhaps make a more affordable environment for ratepayers? Is that?
Yeah, so this similar question was asked last year, and I said everything is there within Title VIII right now for you to rebalance the 5 pillars. I still believe that's true. You learn a lot when you work at a state agency and going through state code, state administrative code, and everything. You still have the ability to create the investigations. You have, our affordability report that was released yesterday that I'm very excited about. So there's a lot there within Title VIII that you can take advantage of. Some of it's very low-hanging fruit to rebalance the 5 pillars, but I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So it's important for us to make sure that in order for the commission to be as nimble as possible, we need code that makes us as nimble as possible too.
So you would accept that baton being handed to you with that report from yesterday as to how we could continue that conversation?
Yeah, the report's very interesting. You know, when I applied last time, there was a chairmanship vacancy open, so along with my application, I submitted a 30, 60, 90, 180-day plan. Along with my application, included in that were stakeholder affordability listening sessions. It was drafting an affordability report. I called it kind of an affordability action plan. So I included that, you know, we need a complete evaluation of the trackers that are currently on ratepayers' bills, and I'm very pleased to see a lot of that implemented. And you know, I think the affordability report's very good. It shouldn't be a limiting factor because I believe there's even things beyond what's included in that affordability report that at least this commission can educate the legislature and advocate on behalf of.
Thank you.
On the affordability report, are there any, you mentioned the tracker evaluation, are there any other recommendations that you think are essential or high priority?
Yeah, when it comes to high priority, and 2 things I do think are essential, and I was very happy to see, and there are the investigations. I believe I mentioned in my interview last time that I felt like that was an underutilized tool that the commission has, because when you're a judge, you have to look at the evidentiary record and what's presented before you. Of course, every judge has their own judicial philosophy, but you have to make your decisions based off the record that's presented to you. And when you have these investigations, you can then use that as a part of your deliberation. One thing that I think could be interesting would be looking at right of first refusal. I've spoken to many people within the industry, and they've said that you could have 2 very similar infrastructure projects, 2 different parts of the state, and one of them could cost 50% more than the other one. And I think a reevaluation of that and whatever we can do to get even more competition into our regulated market, the better. I believe that's probably why we have the new rate making, the performance-based rate making as a part of that. You know, it's pretty much creates that incentive that people would normally have when it comes to, you know, a private market, a competitive market where you're incentivized to provide the best service possible. This gets us there, and we're still, you know, should have the benefits of being in that regulated market.
Mr. Bain, good to see you again. Kind of going through your resume, I do find it very interesting. So you have a lot of experience of what I would say educating others, whether it be policy or whether it be on a specific topic. And then what I really think brings value, and I want you to kind of touch on this, but your city council role is very much a decision-making body for the city. So maybe just talk through how educating people or educating some of the constituents, the consumers, if you will, how that resonates with your history on here, your resume, but also talk through your decision-making that you go through with the council and how that would translate to being a commissioner.
Yeah, there's a number of things I'd love to touch on there. Ever since being elected in a caucus to City County Council 6.5 years ago, public works and infrastructure has been my top priority. It's what I've chosen to focus on because it's what my constituents tell me that I need to focus on. I always say 95% of my constituent correspondence are people talking about roads and public works and infrastructure projects. So while the council itself is not a regulating body necessarily of kind of the water infrastructure, gas infrastructure, public works, it's kind of one of those things where it is what you make of it. So I've always been the local elected official that takes every opportunity I can to go meet with the local utility providers when they are looking at doing big infrastructure projects. So I'm involved because I want to be. There's also the fact that we manage a $1.7 billion city budget. I was actually the first councilor. Some people say in county history, I would have to disagree with that, probably just because it doesn't make sense to me that I would be the first one. But I've talked to many people who have worked in and around city county government for 30, 40 years, and they said they've never seen a councilor introduce an amendment to the budget. I was the first councilor to do that, And it's as difficult as you would imagine because we don't really have council staff that helps you with that, at least at that point in time. So you imagine you're going through a $1.7 billion city budget, drafting an amendment that has to meet parliamentary procedure and guidelines. And I think the biggest thing that people took from that is, wow, this guy put a lot of work into it, really understands the budgeting aspect, really understands public finance, and is able to explain that in a way that I could get 30, 40 people to come to a public meeting and support that budget amendment. So again, it's one of those things where it is what you make of it. I think the third thing that I'd love to touch on there are land use cases. Probably the biggest surprise to me when I became elected to local government is how much of the job has to do with land use. You know, you get a notification every time someone wants to do something with their property, and everyone has a right to do whatever they want to with their own property, but it's no secret that there's like data centers, for instance. That's a big thing that's in all the news right now that becomes a very difficult issue for local elected officials in land use cases, but you have to realize that every person who owns property has the right to petition to change their land use. I view that pretty similar here to every utility. You do have a right to come before the commission, petition for things. MS4s, all these people have the right to come here, petition for things before the commission, and everyone is entitled to a fair and impartial hearing, just like you are in a land use case. So it's that same mindset and that experience that I have working on council that I think could be really beneficial here, serving in this capacity.
Thank you.
You mentioned the data centers. How do you think data centers are going to impact our energy landscape here, or have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I think opportunity is the right word. And, you know, I had a data center case in my district. It was roughly a $5 billion investment and have the scars to prove it because those are difficult subjects right now. And from the onset, you know, having worked in the energy sector, and I like to say, you know, study up on these topics, so pretty well aware before someone even wants to meet with me in the middle of last summer to, you know, look at putting a data center here. So first questions that I knew to ask were, are you going to pay for 100% of your energy use? Are you going to pay for not only the energy use, but the cost to get the energy to your facility, the cost to build your substation, the cost to build the lines, and all that? And they were like, well, we'll get back to you. And I remember, I think it was, no kidding, 2 or 3 days later, Governor Braun was asked about the 80% requirement, and he said, well, I think they should all have to pay 100%. So I'm like clipping what he said and sent and see the governor has my back. You know, you need to pay 100% of your energy use. And I think it's an unprecedented time in our state where we could have this, I don't know if public-private partnership's the right word, but we have the ability to leverage Indiana's economic landscape where people are wanting to locate here and have them take some of that burden away from ratepayers for not only the infrastructure upgrades, but I love to quote Indiana Michigan Power's press release from February where they said, we are going to petition the commission for a rate decrease. We are doing that because we have large load users, especially data centers, locating to our service territory, and they're able to take away that fixed cost. So one of the things that I try to do to dispel a lot of the misinformation over the past year in my district is help people understand how fixed costs work. And the fact that this doesn't have to be a boogeyman, it can actually help lower your utility bill. We can even get into property taxes if you want, how it can offset some of that if you keep spending the same. So I really think it's an opportunity for us. And at the same time, I think it would be prudent for us to also have some level of state framework as well, just given the fact that you have so many local elected officials that confused about it or have a lot of questions, and we're blessed to have a very strong and brilliant state team here in Indiana that really I think could help lead the way.
Thank you. Any suggestions on what that state framework might look like?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting if we look at Michigan. There's probably not too many things I'd say we should look at Michigan for, but I believe they have really done a good job on their energy siting. And now I believe they even just put in a moratorium on data centers, but what I'm talking about is looking at their energy siting and the fact that they have multiple avenues that you can go, but you are very strongly incentivized to go the local government route. and work with your local county officials, your local communities to get your projects rezoned and across the finish line. But if that doesn't work, we have to realize the fact that 2 local officials in a county should probably not have the authority to decide energy policy, not only for Indiana, but our entire grid. And I don't want to make it look like I view the commission as too big for what it actually is, but I think it even determines national security issues. And you look at the fact that our geopolitical foes across the world are investing heavily in infrastructure, and they don't care what 2 local elected officials think. And we are competing against them whether we like it or not. Now, thankfully, we're decades ahead of them. We're much more efficient than they are. But when you look at the fact that we have to get energy on the grid as quickly as possible, move with the speed of business, I love the fact that Michigan still says there's a local route that you can take. You are encouraged to do that. Local officials know, though, that if you can't reach an agreement, there's a state avenue that you can take as well. And I think that would be very prudent for us to look at, not only on energy siting, but also when it comes to some of our large load users like data centers.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, in this role, you would go from a very public role to a different kind of accountability here, unelected, serve at the pleasure of the governor, very different role, as different than your role at the council. Forgive me. I know you play a somewhat similar role at the at IDEM currently, in that unelected, in leadership, taking a vested interest in how the state moves forward in your subject matter now. How do you plan on wrestling with the political pressure that will be on you from, well, everyone? You'll be on the hot seat in many different ways. How do you plan on jostling all of that? I know that's probably a question I asked you back in October, but I would argue that it's different now. It's even worse, if possible. You know, the criticality of folks, the pressure of the public on folks, especially those who are unelected, appointed, is uniquely different. How do you plan on jostling all of that?
Yeah, so public pressure and even political pressure, things like that, it's certainly not something that I am foreign to. I've lived through having to have an IMPD officer block my driveway for a week after a data center vote. So, I know what it's like to have IMPD call you and say, it's stay away from your windows today. Having lived through that, there's not too much that I think could faze me, but the way I always view appointments, even on city county council, we have hundreds, if not thousands of appointments, and appointments are there because the elected official or that appointing body can't be there and that person can't do everything on their own. It's why we have appointments, and also leaning on the expertise and the judgment and the philosophy of the person that you're appointing. So, right here, we serve at the pleasure of the governor. The governor is the appointing body. It's your job to implement that agenda in a legally viable way, and that's why it's important that we continue to work with legal counsel here at the commission. I know Title VIII says that the Attorney General is also legal counsel for the commission. It's important that you work with them. Every decision that I make and vote that I would make, I will do everything I can to make sure that it has the most sound legal footing possible for me to make that decision.
Given your experience in the energy field, what energy resources do you consider to be the least cost?
Yeah, so it's really different. You could get a different answer from every energy generation source will tell you that they are the cheapest, most affordable. I don't think we're in a position to where we can say no to electrons right now. And you look at how much energy we have to import from other states. You talk to some people and they say that's not a big deal. I feel like the more homegrown Hoosier energy we can get on the grid, the better. But when it comes to keeping coal on, you look at how affordable it is to keep it on versus build new. You look at converting to gas, some coal plants converting to gas. I believe we have to scrutinize those decisions as much as possible and say, hey, is it actually better for us to keep those coal electrons on the grid? And you should take that money that you were going to use to convert that coal to gas and actually build new gas. That's more affordable. Very excited about what we are doing in the nuclear space, and given that we have unprecedented alignment right now between state and federal policymakers. Certainly in my lifetime, I don't think there's been this big of a push for us to get advanced nuclear on the grid. I think Indiana should be right here at the forefront for that and playing a massive role. And we also cannot ignore the speed at which you can get a solar project on the grid. Now, some of that we have to deal with MISO and PJM and the backlog of cases there, and it's, I'll be very frank, I think it's unacceptable. It takes 6 to 7 years to get a project on the grid that might produce 40 megawatts and takes a few acres of land out. You know, we have to make sure that we are engaging with our regional transmission operators to get that on the grid as quickly as possible, but fully support the governor's all the above energy strategy, and the more that we can lean into that, the better.
Thank you.
Josh, thank you very much. I don't think we have any other questions from the committee, but do want to give you a chance if there's anything that we didn't hit on. You said you wanted to elaborate a little bit on 277 or anything else we didn't ask you about that you'd like to talk about. Now's your time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And with 277, I did my best to answer it when Lindsay spoke about Title VIII, but I think there's a very good opportunity for us to go through the Title VIII and at least look at the commission's statutes. I think we're on the cusp of having what I believe could be the best regulatory commission in the country. I believe it's very important that we play an active role with our federal policymakers and kind of we should be involved in NARUC, we should be involved in FERC. You know, I think that's one thing that former Chairman Houston really led on, is making sure that Indiana was active in a lot of these federal groups, and I think it's important that we carry that on. We're active in all these advisory groups, not only commissioners, but commission staff. We should make sure Indiana has people in the room that when they're talking about pilot programs, they're talking about where to locate energy projects. DOE is talking about, we have a $17 billion matching grant right now for new nuclear projects. We need someone from Indiana in that room saying, hey, we're open for business here. And I think that's what I'd be really excited about. I recognize we're in a high-cost, high-interest rate economy, and I've been talking about the affordability issue for over a year now in my time on the council. You know, I believe when it was first brought up, I kind of felt like a canary in the coal mine talking about this issue, but look forward to the opportunity to serve here, the state of Indiana.
Thank you very much. That concludes our interview. Thanks for coming today. Also, good afternoon. Pete Hewer is our next interview candidate. Welcome, Mr. Hewer. First, I'd like to just remind you, when you go to speak, make sure your green light is on, or you can leave it on the whole time, and try to be nice and close to that. We do have several people watching online, and so we want to make sure they hear all of your answers. Thank you very much for your application and for taking the time to come in and speak with us today. This is an important position for the state of Indiana, and really give you a lot of credit for making the application and being here today, so thank you. I'll start with a question. The committee will ask a question, but we want to just have a dialogue, get to know you a little bit better. My first question is, tell us about your motivation for wanting to apply for the commission, and what do you think there is about you, your experience, your background, that would be serve you well in that position? If you push the button at the bottom.
Okay, there's a light green light and a
Yes,
bright
it's the
green light.
bright
So I have to push. My
There you go.
fault.
Yes, if you don't mind starting again, thank you so much.
You don't have to hold it. There you go.
Okay,
That's better.
it's on. I'm good now? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, I've always had a spirit of wanting to serve in the public, and I have for many years. I started out with the transit system, and then I went to Muncie as a public works superintendent, came back as deputy mayor, chairman of the Board of Public Works, and president of the Economic Development Commission. And that was a really enlightening job because I was CEO of the utilities and COO of the city. So I had baptism by fire hose, if you will, in 4 years, but I really enjoyed it. My experience is that I've been the boots on the ground. I've been out at a water leak with the guys. I've been in a boardroom. I've been in this room in front of the IURC and the OUCC presenting rate cases. So I've got that background experience like maybe no one other has, and that's why I applied for this job. I thought, wow, I really believe I could make a difference on this board and the commission. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Any specific suggestion about what you'd like to see change, or if you want to make an impact, what area?
I think the impact that's most needed right now is someone to stand up for the ratepayer. There's a balance between what the utility needs from an infrastructure perspective and capital improvements. And there's, you have to look at things where it's documented at the end of useful life, if you will, and where that's going to put us in as a utility into a place where we can have sustainability, longevity, and reliability for our ratepayers, because that's what the utility has to do. And then you have to balance that with what the rates are and how to make that happen and make sure it's reasonable and just and justified. And I've been on both sides of that equation. I did present a rate case for the water utility to the OUCC. They walked over here to the IURC, and they said, this guy needs this rate increase. So I've got that experience. I know how to justify. And sitting on this side, I think I could really benefit the commission from having that experience.
Thank you.
Pete, thank you very much for interviewing. We very much appreciate you taking the time to be here. When just private citizens such as myself looks at the landscape, I see a change coming, transition, if you will. Use another word, dynamic. And it's from the idea of data centers to making sure we know where all the water is in our state. There are a lot of demands that are going to be on you as a commissioner. And this is quasi court of law. It's an independent body. And what my question really surrounds is, with all the stress on the system, the grid, the utilities, and the ratepayer, what's your vision for the future when it comes to being a commissioner? How would you manage the idea of reading, lots of listening, and the legislature creates the policy, but the commission makes it happen? Kind of open up your mind a little bit to us to what you believe the future looks like.
So about 10 to 12 years ago in Anderson, we have our own utilities. We own all 4 utilities. They're a municipal ran utility under the chairman. And back then, it was solar. And IMPA, we were the largest IMPA community, the Indiana Municipal Power Association, through Carmel and Raj Rao back then. And when he came to me with a solar idea, it impacted our ratepayers in a positive way. So in that case, I'm for it, and I was for it, and there's 3 solar farms, I think, now, out of that policy, if you will, or that transition or that capital improvement to try to help our ratepayers. As far as the water utility, you have to balance, again, the ratepayer versus like Nestle. We spent a lot of time on Nestle because it's one of the largest water utility users in Anderson. And I saw recently our water utility just got another approved rate increase to build more wells so that we can attract more investment. The biggest problem I saw when I first became chairman is there was no intestinal fortitude to take a rate case because of the impact on the ratepayers. And since we owned all our own utilities, there was a political component. And then we also had our own utility office. I ran that. I could go from a ratepayer in my office crying, a single mother with kids, to an economic development meeting. So I've got the dynamic of both sides of that. And I always try to sit and listen to see what we could do, because that's where our information is going to come from, as the consumer. And that's who we serve, as the ratepayer, the consumer. Most recently, I've been kind of paying attention to 2 components that are impactful to the electric utility, and that's the nuclear power package plants. And I'm no expert on it, but I'm very intrigued by it, and I think it's going to be a very good and efficient way to provide utility or electric utilities to the consumer. But there's going to be a lot of consumer education, reach out, meetings, open houses, if you will, so that they get comfortable with understanding that it's a safe, reliable form of power. We're all probably, maybe not all of us, old enough to remember, some of the nuclear hiccups. So, that's still in the my generation's back of our mind, going, okay, how's this going to be different? So that's going to take an education and a lot of reach out to people to help them understand what the experts know and how it can benefit us in the long run. The other thing that's going on in Markleville right now, there's a huge regional substation, and they're trying to, I'm going to say generically, level out their electric supply. So there's not peaks and valleys, brownouts, blackouts, that kind of stuff that happens out west that's coming this way. Aged infrastructure, more demand, especially with the data centers. And it's a battery energy storage system.
And they're proposing, it's still in the proposal stages. They've done an open house. They did a nice job on their tripod boards and so forth. But they're really trying to do an outreach and educational situation. The key with them that I support is there's no tax abatement needed. So, and they're doing a build, operate, transfer, BOT, or that's the proposed project. And I found that very interesting. So I'm trying to keep up on various matters of improving our utility system so that I'm educated, so that, hey, this role came up, and I was like, hey, I might be able to do that. I've got the background, I've got the passion, I've got the expertise. So, I also ran 2 substations at Ball State. So my interaction was with AEP, and we had when I called, they answered. And when they called, I answered. So I've got that relational aspect with at least some of the outside companies that would be coming in for a rate case. And they know I'm a no-nonsense guy. I've got a reputation, and they respect that, and I respect them. So that answer your question, okay?
I have a follow-up to a comment you just made in that answer. I'm sorry, I missed the reference. A nuclear hiccup? I'm sorry, what are you referencing?
Chernobyl?
A hiccup, sir?
No, it's not a hiccup. I understand.
How many people died in that?
Yeah, I used the wrong term. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'm clarifying, because we've had a lot of nuclear hiccups here in Indiana with Marble Hill, et cetera, so I just wanted to make sure which one you were referring to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologize for the
No worries, I just want on
Wrong term.
clarification. Thank you, sir.
You're absolutely right.
So, in terms of your decision on solar, what benefits did it bring the ratepayers from your perspective?
From my perspective, I don't have the numbers on it anymore, but it was to keep our rates low and not have to increase the rate from basically the supply. I left office after we got the first one approved, and I didn't get that privilege of seeing how that benefited us, but I know it had to, because
So that was cheaper than getting power through IMPA or purchasing it from a utility. Is that what you mean?
it was an IMPA solar project. There were 3 of them, so it directly benefited IMPA's power grid, which therefore benefited our ratepayers.
Thank you.
Make sense? Okay.
Yesterday, the IURC announced its affordability report, outlining some priorities that the legislature could consider. I think pretty much ponying up a conversation for the legislature to have about some leftover, some holdover issues that they saw would be important to discuss. I'm curious if you've been able to review the report, and if so, what your thoughts are.
I did not review the report yet, but I did read the article. Is this where there was the 5 pillars?
No, sir.
That's not it.
The affordability report that was released yesterday by the IURC after a long season of listening to ratepayers, and there were over 2,500 customer comment.
Yeah, so that was House Enrolled Act 1002, I think that I referred to. I remember reading about that, but no, I have not reviewed that yet. But that should be a good guiding document on how the commission will move forward to help the ratepayers and for investment to make Indiana, or keep Indiana a good economic investment place.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hewer, your public works work and the facilities management was something that we all really responded to from your resume, as you pointed out when you came here. And we are, as Senator Merritt said, in such a dynamic, transformational time in our energy infrastructure in the state. And you've been engaged with the commission and also other stakeholders here in different facets. So I'm curious, at this moment in time, if there were a rate case that came in from a utility and how would you respond if you didn't think that was quite the right way to go, or the most efficient, or the most affordable, or really something that meets the 5 pillars? Would you be comfortable collaborating with the utilities, bringing other options? Like, how would you want to respond to that in that scenario.
I wouldn't have a problem if it's permitted to meet with the utility that was doing the case. When I don't understand something, or I'll play the great inquisitor, I've been able to get to the bottom of what is really needed and what's really not maybe a want versus a need. And everyone has budgets. And last time I checked, most of them are less than what they were last year. At least that's my experience. So I've had to, when the property tax caps came out, I was in the office, 5th floor at City Hall, and we had to figure out how to cut Anderson's tax rate from, it was either 4 or 5%, it was high, down to 1, 2, and 3%. And that was what we had to do, and that's what we did. It was rough, it was tough, but you analyze literally with a microscope what's going on in your business, and it was the business of the people, and try to make it work, and we had to make some tough decisions. So in my rate case, I know this is going to be unpopular, but we were giving away our water. So I had a 47% rate increase. It was $6 to $9 a month, so it made it about $19 to $22 a month, round numbers, which was still one of the lowest rates in the state. With a 47% rate increase, I got roasted over that. They said it had to be in the filing. I was like, oh no, it's just $6 to $9. Not that that's not important, but it was needed, and I proved that it was needed because we went through and dissected everything, and that's why it went from OUCC to here after they grilled me. It took me a long time. I had an opposing counsel, party counsel, a long time to get them on board, but you know what? They got on board with me, and they supported me. And that's because I have a way to talk to people, and it wasn't about politics, it was about the people. And can I add just one more thing? I needed a 65% rate increase, and I put my team back to the table in the boardroom, the CPA, the attorney, the department head, the mayor, because he had to be convinced as well. And I said, we're not going to do that. I said, let's sit down and dissect this and say, what can we get done in a 4-year period? And that's where we ended up with a 47% need. So that kind of should give you a little insight on my thought process on infrastructure improvements. So.
Obviously, you were not alone in that decision. There are a lot of municipalities that were facing that type of increase with water specifically just because of the lack of investment for the past 2 decades and the decline of federal investment in doing so. So you had to pick up the slack there. Well, the ratepayer did. I'm curious, throughout that whole process, sometimes the ratepayer gets left out of the conversation, right? There's all this noise you're dealing with. Tell me how you said before that you had essentially navigated being in the seat one moment with a crying single mom, going straight to another conversation with a large user of power. So tell me how you take that experience up to this dais where we've got, an impartial body that's charged with balancing all of that and still putting the reassurance to your appointing authority, the governor's office, and to the public that you're going to put ratepayers first.
So we held public hearings and we presented our opportunities to the public. What the council wanted me to do, and I did, was do a marketing campaigns to the ratepayers so that they understood what was going on. So there was a lot of effort put into that with a lot of accuracy in what we were doing and transparency in what we were doing so that they could come and ask questions or they could submit their questions. And I know there's an opportunity at the OUCC and the IURC for opportunity for ratepayers to submit their questions and so forth. It was unfortunate. I don't recall that we had very many, but I want to say that maybe that's because we did a really good job at marketing. It's really hard to get to everybody, but everybody gets a bill. So we did an exclusive, Element 212 was our company, and we did an entire marketing campaign. That's why it took me a little longer to get through council, because I had to hire that, because that's not my bailiwick, marketing. I know a little bit, but, you know, I needed an expert that could do all the graphics and so forth, and I didn't have time, so.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Mr. Hewer, first of all, beautiful lapel pin.
Thank you.
But my question is, and it's kind of a summary of the others that we've heard. It sounds like you have experience on working with the utilities to get the rate increase that they need, but also I hear some passion for the consumer as well. So tell me, when you are sitting up there and you're reviewing some of these rate increase cases, what are some of the indicators that you look at to make sure that it's balanced and equal?
So having two substations at Ball State, we have a small high voltage team that works on those substations. The market rate going for a lineman right now is at least $47 an hour. And I've seen it a little over $50 an hour. So you've got that union negotiation part of it. It's just one piece of it. It's the labor in a rate case. They have to meet their union negotiated equations. You've got equipment. You've got capital improvement. How old's the lines? And you have to balance all that in place with, okay, well, how much can you get done in a period of time? Because you're going to come back. I've heard some of the private utilities will come back. They try to schedule like every 3 years. Does that sound right? Some of them anyway, I've heard. So you have to balance that out to make sure that there's not an excessive amount of rate being asked for. And having been there on the ground, sewer, water, wastewater, sewer, stormwater, wastewater, electric, those are 4 utilities. And having to balance all of that out with keeping in mind, you know, just the income of the ratepayers in the territory you're in. You know, Anderson's not Carmel's, not Vincennes is not Crown Point, you know, and that's what you have to look at is, well, where are we at? Are we maintaining affordability? Can the ratepayers afford this increase? And can we afford not to do it, or can we not afford to do it on the infrastructure improvements? Because that's in your reliability, so.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Question about data centers. There are a lot of projects being proposed. There's a lot of talk on it. How do you think data centers may impact our energy landscape here in the state of Indiana?
Well, from what I've heard, the data centers are extreme users of electricity and water, and that's because of all the packaged HVAC units you've got on the rooftops, because you're going to have to cool that. It's very critical. And in the IT world, that they get really excited. I know, because I had an IT room where the HVAC went down. They get really excited with heat. So it's not insurmountable to say that that's critical. You got the water use, the electric use. With water, it's going to be a strategy of where. If you drive down I-69 South, you don't see much development going on. I haven't read up on it, but I have heard that there's not much water down there. So where Anderson is, we're in what they call the Taze Valley, and we have a really nice water supply. And that's why Nestle came, if you can imagine. We did some negotiations, but they did their homework too. And it was a big move for them. And they even expanded under, when I was chairman of the Board of Public Works. So, that's why I'm interested in how, you know, what Texas did. My buddy I work out with, he's the HVAC side. He told me all about it, but it wasn't there. But he said, I don't really understand it either. I just knew I had to make sure it was cooled. And those units used a lot of electricity. So.
Thank you very much. Grant?
So in Anderson, do you have ratepayer programs like demand-side management programs or solar programs for rooftop solar?
My neighbor 2 doors down has the rooftop solar, and I believe we put that into the rate case so that there was a way or a mechanism for them to hook onto our utility, or they wouldn't have been able to do it. I just can't recall the details on it, but I think that was in the rate case I did last one. As far as on demand, you know what we did do? We went from an AMR meter system to an AMI, automatic meter reader to automatic meter integration, I think, or it was all over the power lines. That was a big project. We did that on water and electric. And there was capability to do that, but that was one of those projects that was ongoing when I had to leave. So, you know, you understand being appointed, I presume. So, you know, I think that capability was being looked at, but I don't know that the current administration kept with that.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
We're just about at time. We have just 2 minutes left. Is there anything else you'd like to add that we didn't ask you about?
I might expand a little bit on solar. I told you I wasn't against solar when it benefited the ratepayer, but when I was on the county council, as president of county council in 2020, everybody can appreciate that, I think, during COVID. That was a wild time, wild year. But there was a private project that came to us, and it didn't add up. And I have an MBA, and I've asked this company, I said, I'll do a NDA, non-disclosure agreement. I won't talk about your business, but you're going to have to convince me that you need a tax abatement. And so we went into a period of time where they kept, you know, coming back and forth. They did their town halls, if you will, their outreach, and they never would provide that to me. So I sat down and I backed into it and I threw it across the table. Or I should say I laid it across the table. They were nice people. And I said, here's why you don't need a tax abatement. I said, you're not going to build this on my citizens and their money on taxes and being abated when you're still going to make a good amount of money. So, and I'll follow that up with, I thought I was right. I mean, there's sometimes you have to be bold and make, you know, bold decisions and bold statements. So the same attorney was down in Posey County, I think it was, Evansville. And they knew, or there was an attorney down there called me, said, I don't know, you don't know me, but I know you. I was like, okay. So he hired me to do an analysis on this. It was a huge solar project for farmers down there. I did it. They pulled their tax abatement. I didn't have to come testify. So that told me I was right. So I've got the intuitive knowledge and the experience that I think this commission could benefit from.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time today. This concludes our interview. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Schweitzer. This is the IURC's nominating committee. We welcome you today. We all really appreciate your time and also taking the initiative to apply for this really important decision, so welcome. We'll go through and ask you some questions, and we just invite really productive and good dialogue today, so thank you for being here. I'll kick things off, and just curious about your motivation and why you wanted to apply to become a commissioner at the IURC, and what is it that makes you feel that you would be a good fit in this position?
Yeah, so first of all, I want to tell you guys thank you. It's on. Can you hear me now? Okay, gotcha. Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here. When I ran for school board, county council, and county commissioner. And when I decided to run for commissioner, I always thought that if I had the opportunity to serve the state of Indiana after being a county commissioner for a couple of years, I thought I would love to do that. And when I saw this opportunity last year, I applied for this position then, wasn't shortlisted, that's completely okay. When I saw the opportunity again, and knowing what I know now as a county commissioner, having served for 6 years in that position, I thought I could offer a unique perspective, having the opportunity to be a local elected official, and then also having the opportunity to be on the IURC and seeing both sides of the table. So it's been the honor of a lifetime to be a county commissioner. Just a little bit of perspective, in Vigo County, we have everyday offices. We are considered 35-hour work week employees, and we show up full time. That's much different than most counties across the state, where most commissioners are considered part-time, and that's how we operate. Then I wanted to get involved with the Commissioners Association, and here I am as vice president. And if this opportunity presents itself and becomes available, I will no longer be in that position, but have the opportunity to be the president of the Commissioners Association next year.
Congratulations. That's
Thank you.
great.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and follow up. There's a lot of transition happening in the energy industry right now, and things are evolving quickly. What do you see as what could help the utility community become more affordable? Rates, bills are a big topic. We hear a lot about that. Is there anything that comes to mind that you think could help us lower our electricity cost, where we used to be in the early 2000s among the very lowest in the country? We were number 4 lowest for residential electricity rates. Today, we are up at 24 in the country. We'd like to see ourselves be back at least in the top 10 for most affordable. Is there anything that you see as opportunities for us to get lower there?
Yeah, I think utilities have traditionally, this is my personal opinion, have not planned well for the future of not only the state of Indiana, but the United States. And that poor planning shouldn't be on the responsibility of the IURC, in my opinion. But I also think there's an educational component to all of this as well. I don't believe utilities do a good enough job of explaining the amount of accountability that they have with the state of Indiana and to the ratepayers, and what all technology and necessary needs are needed to be a utility. I don't think they do a great job of explaining that. And also, coming from this side of the table as a county commissioner, I think our legislators could help as well. Mr. Merritt, I know you served for a long time. I believe you were elected in 1990. I was 2 at the time when you got elected. I've learned a lot. No shots fired. Just being truthful. I've learned a lot in the last 4 to 6 years of being on the commissioner's side, being on just a regular, everyday, normal Hoosier side, and watching lobbying and watching how testimony affects change in this state. And I think our legislators do a great job. I just wonder if there's an opportunity, Madam Secretary, if the IURC could play a role with the legislators. I know there's a certain role they can play, but maybe some technical expertise, recommend some policy changes and things like that.
Thank you. Is there anything specific in terms of policy changes, or at least not specific policy maybe, but areas that you'd like to point the IURC in that direction?
I don't know if it's a policy change that the IURC could definitely be poignant with, but I think back to the educational part, I think the IURC could be better educational on what the IURC does across the state of Indiana. Sometimes I believe ratepayers believe the IURC is advocating for something when in all reality they're just making a simple decision on yes or no votes. So I believe there's that educational component.
Are you familiar with the Office of the Utility Consumer Counselor?
Vaguely, yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that that's the role they fulfill in a large portion of the conversations they communicate to the public before the public hearings?
Yeah, but I believe there could be more public input. I believe they could host regional events more often. And I'm a huge proponent of just listening to people because in my position, I've made some decisions that have not been very well receptive in my community. But I think with the information that I have on hand at the time, the information that they might have on hand at the time, I try to make the best decision possible. And if I could get them over that hump of the information that I know compared to what they might know, I think is always beneficial for the community.
Could you give me an example of the decision you made that you said was?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not really a decision. I know that carbon sequestration has been a hot topic across the state of Indiana. In Vigo County, we were one of the first pilot counties for that to happen in this community. We were all kind of taken off guard with CCS, Wabash Valley Resources, in which I support at this point because I became very informed, understand the science, and understand what they're doing on behalf of farmers and creating anhydrous ammonia and things like that. But I made the mistake of going to a public meeting in support of my constituents and saying, you know, if you don't want this in your backyard, I will help you find a way to prevent this from happening. Only to call my state legislator and realize, oops, I made a mistake there by saying that publicly. And having to backtrack in the public eye is not a fun thing to do. But once I educated myself, I became more familiar with CCS.
So you regret speaking up for your constituents who didn't want that on their property?
No, ma'am, I regret not being informed enough to make an informed statement to my constituents. When I learned of CCS, I saw the doom and gloom of what it could potentially be. I didn't educate myself well enough on the opportunities that it could present itself.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not to dwell on it, but that situation, that controversy, when you're sitting in this room, it's almost like a court of law, and you're the judge if you're a member of the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And everything's controversial.
Yeah.
It's actually a hot seat. You talk about affordability, you talk about data centers, you talk about the grid, the stress on the grid, the age-old grid. There are situations that really challenge a member to be listening more than talking, to be nimble, to be, you know, in the know and understand what's actually going on there with the ratepayer as well as the utility. We're talking about water, we're talking about energy, we're talking about wastewater, we're talking about a lot of things that go on in the state, and it's not unlike every other state in the union. What's your vision when you look at all these challenges on a daily basis of what you would like to do as a member of the commission?
Well, I think, I've mentioned before, I think the educational component of what a commissioner is would probably be, and I think it was one of my biggest takeaway from what was released a couple days ago from the study, is I really appreciated going to a meeting and listening to Mr. Zay at the time tell us what the commission did and the role we play as commissioners. I just don't think there's enough people that know what that role is. I have balanced extremely tough decisions as county commissioner from the economic front of, you know, Intech, a huge development in Vigo County, over $2 billion, but it has the word battery in it. And the word battery to some people is very strange. They're weary of that word, but it's just informing them what that corporation or what that investment is doing in this community. Not a huge fan of tax abatement, sir. The investments that these companies are making, I believe they have the funds to avoid that if possible, and really, you know, taking the opportunity to work through economic development agreements and things like that to improve, you know, our community. One thing that I think is extremely important is the economic development agreement, and knowing that my constituents specifically always complain about property taxes. You know, they're too high, but the only way for our community to grow is by increasing our assessed value. We hear that from the speaker all the time. A $2 billion investment in your community is really going to increase your assessed value. And if we can bring all those things together in an educational component, I think that's very important.
Mr. Schweitzer, thank you for coming today. My question, I've asked it a couple times today in one way or another. You seem very passionate to help. I don't doubt that whatsoever. I think your resume speaks to that. But help me understand your experience and what makes you a good candidate to serve on the IURC as a commissioner.
Yeah, Mr. Cochran, if you're looking for an attorney, that's not me. I'm also not a college-educated individual. I come from blue-collar parents, two parents that are high school educated that own multi-million-dollar business and have been very successful for themselves. I graduated high school, B&C student, went on to Ivy Tech for a while, only to realize that I had been working with my family for a couple years out of high school and before going to Ivy Tech, and realized that I knew that this was kind of my niche and I wanted to go pursue a career in their business. Of course, life changes, met my wife, we have two wonderful kids, got involved in the community a little bit more, being a part of a small business, and then I saw some needs in my community at the local government level. Ran for school board, don't know who in their right mind would want to be on a school board in 2026. I did not get elected, actually got my butt beat. 2018, and I told my wife at that time, I'm not ever doing this again because, there's just a lot of stuff I didn't know at the time. 2018 rolls around and there's lawsuits going around Vigo County about a jail, overcrowding. A lot of counties are facing the same issue. I wasn't happy with the way my council at the time was taking on that project. I thought it could be done substantially different. So I got involved, ran for council, won. Then the opportunity presented itself. We had a retiring county commissioner that served for 16 years. And the conversation I had to have with my wife was, you're leaving a small business where you're making pretty good money, and you're gonna go become a county commissioner for substantially less money. But I told her, and she supported me, and I'm extremely happy for that, but I wanted to be a public servant and serve in that role. So when that, I got elected, immediately got involved with ICC, the County Commissioners Association. Governor Holcomb appointed me to the Indiana Cybersecurity Council, where Governor Braun has also reappointed me to that commission. And I've loved all of those things. I think my small business perspective would have a pretty large impact on the IURC. Electrons don't just affect ratepayers as homeowners, it's schools, it's industries, manufacturers, and things like that. Would love to take that experience of what I've learned over the last 6 to 10 years and put it towards this position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schweitzer, have you followed at all the commission's activities on the affordability process? So back in January, they announced that they would do an investigative inquiry.
Yes, ma'am.
And such. How do you think that went? What's your perspective on how that all unfolded?
Are you talking about the meetings that they had where they brought in public input? Well, I think that was great. I wish that more people would get involved in those meetings and explain their true feelings of how they feel when it comes to being a ratepayer. I look at affordability and reliability kind of in the same lens. If it's not reliable, it's not going to be affordable. And what a potential Duke Energy or somebody might present now may be completely different from what the next federal administration would like to see. So I'd love to see better planning from the utilities on how they work around those, changing goals from the federal administration. Had a recent conversation with my Duke Energy rep, Cayuga, the $3 billion investment by Duke. I said, what if the regime changes and you have a Democrat president? What's your plans? We just have to wait and see. I wish that process, we could work with our federal leaders to be a little bit more clear for utilities specifically. In my position as county commissioner, we travel to DC at least twice a year. We meet with our state delegation, and we talk about our needs, such as the 181st Intelligence Wings and things like that in housing. Happy to continue that as an IURC member.
Thank you. Part of the legislation that was passed this year will deploy performance-based rate making for the utilities. what do you think about that approach, and do you have any thoughts on how it could be best implemented in the state?
I'd have to do more research on it, Mrs. Secretary. I briefly looked at it last night when I went over some of the things that came out in the report. Obviously, I believe utilities are all different, and they react differently, and they charge consumers differently. I would love to see bills that are more itemized, more transparent, other than you just get a bill for $200 and you don't really know what you're paying for. I would love for that to be better broken down. And I would love to be able to ask those questions publicly as an IURC commissioner and really give the ratepayer the opportunity to know what they're paying for, how they're paying for, well, not how they're paying for it, but where those electrons are going other than just their home or business.
Thank you. And so it sounds like you did see the affordability report that came out yesterday. Is that accurate?
Yep.
Was there any recommendation in that report that stood out to you as a high priority or extremely
No,
important?
other than the fact that they stole what I would have loved to do better, and I've mentioned it several times, is just explaining the IURC. I think even as a county commissioner, I could do a better job of explaining what my job is. There's a lot of people that just don't understand how local government, state government, federal government works. And I think that's probably on my back, my responsibility to better explain that. But everything in 2026 is met with controversy. No matter the discussion, there's always something that's going to be controversial. So my number one takeaway from that was watching the commission go and have I believe it was over 20 or so, maybe 28 meetings across the state. And the turnout was about 700 people in person, which is unfortunate for a state of 6 million. But seeing the 2,200 emails or comments they had also received as well is promising. But I just wish that we all in our entities, and I know we have a daily job to do, but we could get out and explain what we do. But apathy is also in Indiana, voter apathy specifically. So if you're not interested in understanding who you're voting for, you're probably not interested in understanding what they do on a daily basis. So if I had a magic bullet to correct that issue, I would.
So communication and education and outreach are important in your
Yes, ma'am.
business.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank you. Lindsay, I've watched further interviews. You've had great questions all day.
All right. Well, the report you said you read yesterday that came out?
Yep.
Got it. So that's awesome because it got a lot of press, and a lot of folks are talking about it today.
I actually brought it with me today.
Well done. I have a question for you on that because it involves a lot of the conversations we've been having at the State House. Obviously, the first thing out of your mouth was, I have suggestions for how we can improve that conversation between the IURC and the legislature. This does that. This is basically on a silver platter. Hey, you guys need to work on this.
Yep.
I think that's pretty obvious to those of us who work in this space all the time. But I'm just curious, your thoughts on how this could, or any potential other issues that you would include in that list as a commissioner, and how you would go by advocating for it.
The thing I need to do is better educate myself on the legalities of some of the things a commissioner can do. Mr. Merritt, I believe you served on utilities as chairman for several years. I don't know how many times the IURC potentially approached you for sit-down opportunities. If they did, that's great. If they haven't as much, I would love the opportunity to do more of that. Not just on policy decisions or things of that nature, but just to have a discussion on the way the IURC works comparatively to how they legislate and the things we could do collaboratively to make things better for ratepayers across the state. And I know that's what this study is doing. I just hope that our legislators listen, and will continue to follow up with the IURC and our recommendations.
I just want to follow up. I've heard a couple times, and I want to give you the benefit to explain this. I've heard a couple times that, rephrased several ways, but I need to do more research, or I need to learn a little bit more about that. So when we did this back in 2025, we needed somebody that knew what to do almost immediately.
Sure.
Because we were replacing 3 of the 5. The other 2, we couldn't lay everything on their shoulders. So respond to, how quickly do you think you can make an impact as a commissioner if you need to do a bunch of research to figure out the role and the responsibilities and what you can and can't do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I appreciate that question. Quickly, I've always been a guy that's on my feet. I have a ton of notes here. I don't think it's very professional of me to continue to look at my notes and offer you guys some of my opinions. As commissioner, we meet weekly every Tuesday at 9 o'clock in our community, and every week is drastically different from the week before. Having the opportunity to sit at home, do my own research at home while also utilizing my office every day and to really make the best decision I feel is possible for my community is very important to me. That's the same approach I would take here every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Oh, yes, Lindsay.
To that point, the commission routinely has dockets that thousands of pages, just the overwhelming amount of
Information.
evidence that has to be reviewed is pretty epic. I assume you're ready for that type of caseload and type of workload.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. I would not, back to my wife's situation. I love my family. I do everything for my family. If I didn't think I was going to put myself in a good position to be successful, not only for myself, but the IURC, I wouldn't have put my name in the hat for this position. So I have a lot of friends at the State House, have a lot of commissioner friends across the state, and I love being a county commissioner. I will always be a county commissioner until I'm not. But when this opportunity presented itself, and to represent all Hoosiers and not just the 106,000 in my community and the 390,000 or so in West Central Indiana as a region, I thought this would be an awesome opportunity to be involved in something much different and have the opportunity to hopefully make life easier for not only the ratepayer but the utility as well, but keeping ratepayers at the front of that conversation.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? All right, thank you so much. I wanted to give you in these last few minutes the opportunity to cover anything we didn't ask you about, or if there's anything else you wanted to state.
No, I don't believe so. I can't tell you how much I really appreciate this opportunity. Being a county commissioner in a full-time role has been the opportunity of a lifetime. Getting to come to the State House and getting the opportunity to talk to the Secretary of Energy and former Senator Ford and his new Energy Development Division and stuff like that has been phenomenal. It's awesome to learn something new every day. It's awesome to advocate on behalf of my community. And the lobbying side has been pretty fun too for what we see that we need in Vigo County. So we're counting on the up and up. Our population's growing, and it's not due to me. It's due to a lot of great people in the room, and I hope I can join a room of good people and make some better decisions for the state of Indiana.
Well, thank you very much for your public service. It's clear that you've really been able to step into new roles and thrive in those, so well done.
Thank you.
This concludes our interview. Okay, good afternoon. That concludes our last interview for today. We are going to adjourn. We will reconvene Tuesday, July 21st from 11 o'clock to 1 and make decisions on our applicants and create our list for the governor, at which time we will provide up to 3 names to the governor for consideration for the next IURC commission. This concludes our day. Thank you.